take us through the wonderful things of internal parasites and external.
Yeah, look, I'll finish at 8. Yeah. Okay. I say 5, big 5. Okay, folks, thanks for the opportunity. Please note that the heading for this presentation is the principles behind sustainable integrated management of parasites of livestock. We're talking about the principles because if we don't understand the principles, then we can't apply them in other situations. And my question to you today, as we go through this, we've done it thoroughly now for roundworms in sheep, is how and to what extent can we apply it to external parasites. And what we're aiming at particularly is the ticks of cattle. See what we can do there. Possibly flukes too. We're not unaware that this is a very different field to what we've been dealing with up to now. And we are at an early stage. We're trying to gather people who will support us. This is going to need a lot of work. The Whamachar started, Fafa, you'll have to help me, it must have been in the late 80s where you started it with cliff vessels. And it really only came to the fore almost 10 years later. So these are slow processes, and we might make mistakes, but we're going to get there because it's really important. We cannot rely on drugs alone. That's the sort of take-home message number one. So, we'll talk about these principles for sustainable integrated management. And you can see there we use the logo of our umbrella organization for Wurmfundi. Wurmfundi being a hybrid word from wurms in Afrikaans and fundi being the Zulu for teacher or knowledgeable one. So we want our veterinary corps to be the fundis of parasite control. Right. The problem is that the drugs that we used for 30, 40 years were so good, and we kind of fell asleep, and we just used them. It was like a drug habit. A little bit of a drug is necessary, but we just relied totally on it. It led us to be lazy and be bad habits. I can remember when Fafa and I started out, you just said, okay, treat all the flock every 6 weeks or whatever was there, and it worked beautifully. But nature is never fooled for long. They came back to bite us. Unfortunately, it was also reinforced by sales force pressure because the business model is product turnover, and you even get incentives for selling product. And so this just led to more and more use of product without considering what the consequences of that would be. It was a long lag period. It took many years for the resistance, the anthelmintic resistance, to build up. So we just thought this is jolly wonderful, and every few years there was a new silver bullet. Wonderful drug. Every couple of years, new drugs came out. And so multiple anthelmintic has become rampant today. And here's a very important one. We need not anymore to change drugs, hope for a new silver bullet, but to change our attitudes. Have you heard, some of you must have heard when you asked the guy about his parasite control program, he says, no, don't worry, doc, I dose clean. Yes? Yes, that's what they say, because that's what we taught them. And that is dangerous, because we will not get rid of worms. That way, you either eradicate a worm or you cause resistance. That's genetics 101. If you have enough selection pressure, you will produce severe drug resistance. And that's what we've got. We might not be able to win the World Cup soccer and other things, but gee, we are champions at producing highly resistant worms. So we've had to do, it wasn't a fit of virtue that made old Fafa say, well, let's try something different with the Famacha. We were in a corner. Cliff Vessels just ran out of drugs, not so. And many have done the same. So, that's the other thing, is sustainable holistic control is complex. I liked at one stage the acronym SIMPLE, but actually it's not simple. And we've got to get away from that simple solutions are not going to do. We have to be a bit more complex and make sure that whatever we do is sustainable. It's not always a matter of we cannot eradicate. Just giving you an example here is that lice and mites, we've been on farms, we've been eradicating those for a century. A century we've had where we can eradicate it because they're always on the animal. You know where to find them. They'll be off the animal for a week or so, and then they die out. So we can do it. But it requires a couple of things. And the first of all, once again, biosecurity. People are getting tired of hearing that, but here it comes again. And we must say, you can't just have free entry of animals and by the absence of proper fencing. When animals do come in, there've got to be the strict quarantine measures, and that's not just putting them in a pen, but also treating them, making sure that they are clean. You've got to have a highly effective remedy and meticulous application. Every last animal has got to be treated, no exceptions. And with that, we get rid of things like sheep scab on a routine basis. But it doesn't apply to most of our other parasites. And, those are the ones that we've now got to start tackling. This thing's like me, it's got a bit of arthritis. There we go. So, ultimately, we've developed from Famacha through to the big five. There are so many things that we can do to lower our reliance on drugs, but they're very difficult to remember. So we've just packaged them into 5 major groups, and that's going to be the main part of what I'll be talking about this morning. And then we're going to be talking about the 5-point check. So in addition to Famacha, which is our key for worms in sheep, we've then expanded it so that you don't only look at the eye, but make sure that you feel under the jaw for edema, nose for discharge, back for condition score, and tail for diarrhea. I sometimes ask farmers at a presentation, Farmers' Day, how many of you can do condition scoring? Maybe one or two little hands come up. It's actually so easy, and it's absolutely essential. It's not only necessary for the 5-point check, it's how you organize your reproduction system on the farm. If I was to inherit a farm and had to farm sheep, I'd teach the farmers, at least I'd teach the staff how to condition score as one of my first objectives. So we'll be talking about those in detail now. Targeted selective treatment, TST, that is the key around which we've built the worm fundi approach. Because we had over-reliance on drugs. NB, we have never said that you must do without drugs. Never once. It's in this booklet that we now have. We say that the thing is that drugs must be used wisely, where they'll do the most good and the least harm. Over-reliance gives you overuse and misuse. Worldwide anthelmintic resistance is not just this country, and that results in fewer drugs that we can use and higher costs. Here's an important one. We end up treating our flocks according to the sissies, the ones that can't cope with worms. And they treat them all the time. So it's an unnecessary treatment. That's one of the key findings that Fafa made in his early work. It's the 80-20 principle. 80% of the animals carry 20% of the worms. 20% carry 80%, and we treat according to them if we don't use TST. So we regard TST as a must. We can't identify the best sheep then because they're all being blanket treated. And then we do this animal that's not suited to the environment in which it's supposed to thrive. And if there's one of the things that we've learned is that you adapt the animal to suit the environment and not the other way around. You don't try to change the environment to suit the animal that you've created. Okay, difficult to monitor the flock situation unless you can do something that is simple and quick, targeted selective treatment. So what are those requirements? This is what we learned in a long and winding path. It had to be easy. Cheap. When we say that, cost effective. It had to be reliable. Not perfect, we're not saying perfect, sufficiently reliable, fit for purpose. Because your decision is, do I treat or don't I? That's cut down to its simplest form. It's got to be quick. Guy's got 600 sheep in the kraals, he wants to get through them. So it must be a quick look, decide, treat. That's what we aim for. And then practical. And the whole point about it, we decided this from the word go, is that it must work in farmers' hands. No PhD required. In fact, sometimes we find that the guys with poor literacy who work on the farms do it better than the people who sit there thinking about all sorts of funny things. The question is, if you look and you decide and you are worried about whether it should be treated or not, we say, treat. There's no harm in treating a few animals too many. Remember what we're trying to create with this TST approach, not only what we've discussed now, but that wonderful word, refugia. The animals the worms that escape treatment. And that's crucial. We need to get away from this idea of dose clean or dip clean. When I talk about worms, just think about how this could apply to ticks. We're on the early stages of that, and that's where this whole thing must go, because you know that the problem with tick resistance in cattle is a growing one. It's not going to go away unless we do something differently. Okay, so the Famacha really hit, it was being developed before then, but when we started rolling it out into the various regions and through vets and so on, it was already in 1995. It's a long time ago, 27 years ago, and it's because, the anemia is reflected in the color of the eye mucosa, and the key thing was that by looking at it, you could get a rough idea about how this animal was coping. Not perfect. The hematocrit goes from 10 up to 35, and we've only got 5 categories. It meets all those requirements, that Famacha test, because it's quick, easy, cheap, reliable, practical. It's been widely tested worldwide. We have sent the Famacha system with this worm fundi thing these days to somewhere around 40 countries. So there's no doubt that it works. But, of course, we must realize that Famacha, as good as it is only really tested for use in sheep and goats. People have used it for other animals outside South Africa for anemia, so it does work there. And it's only the indicator for hemoncosis. If you've got another parasite, obviously it's not going to be good. And the operators must be trained. Don't just give this out. If you get this for your clients, it's available from us at 50 rands each. Don't let them just take it away and say, I'll do it my way. It's good enough for Frank Sinatra, but it's not good enough for Famacha. Okay, it's part of holistic management. We've always said that. Don't think that Famacha is the whole solution, but it's a vital part if hemoncus is a big problem, which it is in most of South Africa. So that's why we've gone for it. What would be the situation with ticks? We're looking at the possibility of doing something similar for blue ticks, because it's a big problem and there's already quite a lot of resistance. It's a one-host tick, so that actually means that we don't have the complications of multi-host. It's early days yet, but that's where we're heading. See if we can get it working there. Okay, there it is. After many different versions, this is what it looks like, anemia guide. You can see the different languages there. And basically, you're looking at the decision of treat or not at the simplest level. You can then add up how many were in the category 1, how many in 2, 3, 4, 5. Because that gives you an idea of what the situation is. High risk, medium risk, low risk, or virtually negligible. Can do it there. Here's an interesting historical item from Fafa. This is how he started it. One of his, I think, laboratory technicians was required to paint her fingernails with the same color red. So we had a reference point, and look at those different things that, although they are red, they look a bit like a student after a night out on a Saturday night. And look at those egg counts. Those girls can take the punch. That's the one that we want. These ones. So its use is well beyond just targeted selective treatment. Also now useful for selecting the right sheep. Decisions and records, it's actually, as I've said, it's either treat or leave. You don't have to be more complicated than that. If in doubt, you say, I'm going to score lower and I'd rather treat a few unnecessarily. That's it. Rather treat. Those few extra won't make any difference. Do you know that the statistical and theoretical background is that you only need to leave about between 15–20% of animals untreated to get enough of the refugia. So it's not about treating as few as possible. Just saying don't treat them all simultaneously, repeatedly. That's the take-home message, and we've got to get that through to farmers. We say that it's best to mark those sheep because you'll see after the second and third round, there are a couple of tunnies there with multicolored marks on their head. They keep coming back for more. And 80% of them have either just had one treatment or nothing at all. Add up the numbers. You can actually get a nice histogram if you like. You don't have to do that. And the numbers per score, we used to reckon that if more than 80% of the animals were either score 1 or 2, the risk was negligible. But if you're going to, it's all in there, if you're going to put the animals in the crush and not sure where to start at the ones who come in last. They're the ones who probably are a bit anemic and a bit affected. Cull the sheep. Culling, of course, is a negative thing. You're only cutting off the bottom of the pile, but then what about the top? And that's what we're going to be talking about now. At high risk times, you do have to examine more often. That's true. But you know, if you take the weakest animals that come in, you can get a pretty idea what's going on. Regular treatments, that's the monitoring that we need. Okay, the background factors. There's got to be a big problem with no realistic alternatives. And you've got to get acceptance, most particularly from the vets, that we've got to do things differently. And ultimately, we've had everyone accept that this is something that we should be doing. Important for us is that it's self-supporting. So we do charge for this, and we're not ashamed, because if you say that 50% is expensive, hello, your arithmetic is not very good at all. You'll recoup the cost of this setup in one dosing on a commercial farm. So you've got to have, this takes quite a lot of time. You have to keep on replying and supplying and so on. You do need backup and good organization and training. We've got some people who are very good at organizing the training, and that's important because farmers must know how to do it, how not to do it, and how to interpret it. Okay. You've got to give the benefits, and what we say, the various ones, the one that the farmer likes is, wow, this is saving me money. But that's not the objective of our exercise. But they do save money, and that's a way of getting them to start using it. Conserve the drugs. We can use them for longer because they are not badly affected by anthelmintic resistance. Great thing for monitoring the animals, seeing which way things are going, and taking evasive action. Not just treatment. I'm going to be coming to that shortly. Identify the best ones for selection. This is very important with the rams. It's been worked out. Come to that in a moment. Little bijvoordeel is that if you treat animals, you say if you've marked them, and you see if their FOMACHA score does not improve within about a week or 10 days, then you've got to start thinking this drug may be not working anymore properly. So that's another bijvoordeel. Or if you've not treated all the animals, hello, why is this animal looking pale? Maybe it was not treated. And then while you're looking at the sheep, it's interesting that many of the farmers said to us in our early trials, they started seeing other problems, lameness, maybe wool, say lumpy wool, that sort of thing. So it was an advantage, unthought of. And then the sheep get tamer. Fafa always used to say that after the 10th round of this, the sheep used to come along and offer their eye up for looking at it. Okay. Whoop. Okay. So this is the big five. If you want to be sustainable, you can't just rely on number 5, which is the drugs. You've got to look at the worm, the parasites, maybe it would be ticks with cattle. You've got to look at the animal, the host, the sheep, and the environment, the pastures. And there are things that we're going to discuss today, how to look at those three. Now that's the classic triangle. Drug, at least animal, parasite, environment. But then we've added 2 others which are really important, and that is you've got to monitor, you've got to measure, and then you've got to know what am I going to do so that when you do treat, it counts. So we're going to discuss that, and I don't want to use up time just going through them all. Oh, by the way, all of these things that we've put in there are not thumbsucks. They've actually, every one of them is based on good science, which has been done. But now we've got to put it together. And people can sometimes say, oh, you've got a basket of options. But that's not going to help people. You've got to say, am I looking after my host animals, the sheep in this case? Do I know enough about the parasites? Is the environment being used for this purpose? And am I monitoring properly before I use the drugs? So we say try to use them all. Sometimes it doesn't work, but it's something that can be tried. So, the first thing is the sheep. You know, parasitologists are great people, but they concentrate on parasites. I'm not a parasitologist. I'm interested in the animal and production and good health. And we tend to look too much at the resistant worms. They are part of the problem, yes, but an equal one is these sissy sheep. We've got to stop selecting them. We've got to get more resilient animals, and we know it works. By now, we have plenty of evidence, not only here in South Africa, but worldwide, that the heritability of this trait is around 0.25, which is not extremely high, but it's pretty good. It means, in genetic terms, that within 3 years, using this system, you will start to see a difference. In 5 years, you will see a definite big difference. And that's the promise that we give farmers. Some farmers will say, oh, but that's a long time. I said, that's all the more reason to start today. And we've got to, that's why I keep on saying we've got to change our mindset and not try to just change to new drugs. So, you can select rams by fecal egg count and or pharmacology, usually a combination, and I'll show you the wonderful work that Alan Fisher did here in the Eastern Cape. We were doing some work on the 5-point check. That's Jan van Wyk and I. There's the three of us who together have developed this system, Jan van Wyk, Fafa, and me. And we got to this guy near Stutterheim, Robbie Blaine. Listen, he was a champion at drugs. He had every legal and all the illegal drugs that he could lay his hands on. His store looked like a pharmacy. And we eventually said to him, Robbie, if you don't change your way of doing things, you're going to not be able to farm sheep anymore. And interestingly enough, he eventually turned around. Now he's selling these resistant sheep because it has been shown by proper genetic studies that you can do it simply by going by pharmacology and then fecal egg counts. And because the rams are individually valuable, you can quite afford to have individual fecal egg counts. Yesterday, oh yes, so first of all, the culling they use on their performance, TST, now we select the head, that's the rams, the best animals, and with the ewes we cut off the tail. And then that's a simple thing to make genetic progress without messing up the productivity and the profitability of the farm. Yesterday we talked about nutrition and the importance of it. This is something that farmers and all of us have got to realize, that you will not get good response from animals that are in a poor nutritional condition, and particularly protein. We find that if animals are in a good nutritional balance, they're much more resistant. Quite as simple as that, apart from being more productive. Trace elements, mentioned yesterday, also important, but always, I say, start with the big boys. Don't go to myth of mineral magic before you've made sure that you've got enough food and protein and energy. Those are the big three. Here's one which sometimes gets overlooked. Farmers are so keen to get rid of the parasites. If there's no parasites, there's not going to be immunological challenge. We've got to accept that the parasites are not going to go away. They show no inclination to become extinct. They'll be there, and just accept them as a necessary, not unavoidable, but a necessary part of the system to get them into a state, the sheep into a state where they can resist the parasites. The same is true of ticks in cattle. The cattle have an innate genetic ability to withstand tick infestation. It's been shown both between breeds, all been clearly demonstrated, but also importantly within breeds. People keep on thinking, oh, I'm going to change breeds. No. Change attitudes within the breed that you're working with. There will be better and worse animals. We've got to work on that one. And have enough exposure to allow the immune responses to kick in. And of course, controlling other diseases. A sheep that's got blue tongue is not going to exactly mount a great worm control immune response. Okay, this is what Alan Fisher's results have shown. This is an important graph. The lambs that were not drenched by year. Look how in the first 3 years there's a slight improvement, but not a hang of a lot. And that's just because of numbers. You know, each year you're replacing, let's say, 25, maybe a less, maybe a bit more, of percent of your ewes. So obviously the combined effect is going to take a few years to work through. But look what happens in 2015. The ewes and the rams, are just getting better and better year by year. So you'll see there that they're up in the 80% that didn't get drenched. It's really something that farmers should aim for. We don't say you must never treat all the animals. In Robbie Blaine's case, he does treat the young lambs, all of them. But now he's just doing far less pressure because he only treats once or twice, and for the rest they are left to cope with the worms. So this is not time related. This is comparison between rams. Those numbers at the bottom there are the identification of the rams. And what you're seeing there is that some of the rams are fantastic. Look at that first one there. Not dosed. Almost 100% of them. And dosed more than one time. So that's the point that we're making, is that you've got to choose the ram very carefully to make sure that you get genetic improvement. Okay, if we look at parasite life cycles, this is a nice one that illustrates the circle, but what it hasn't got here is the times and the numbers. And if we don't understand how long it takes from one stage to the other, and what the variation can be, and what are the numbers, we are not in really a good position to control the disease properly. We don't even identify the parasite involved, we're in big trouble. So we've got to do that. We don't do nearly enough on looking at the parasite, and each one of them, without exception, has got weak points. And that's what we've got to use to keep them there. We're not trying to eradicate them, but where they've got a small effect on the animals. The case of ticks, similar thing there. This is what we're looking at, particularly the blue tick, because all three stages, all the larval, nymph and adults are all on the same animal. There's a much more danger of getting resistance. And we think that we should start there where the big problem is, and then see later on, we can roll it out to the ones with the long mouth parts that are causing tick worry. And we've got to work out ways of saying, okay, we won't treat the whole animal. Why do we treat the whole animal, folks? Plunge dip all the cattle on the farm. Why? You know why? It's because of East Coast fever. East Coast fever came into this country before the turn of the 19th century, 20th century, and it was only eradicated in the 1950s. But by that time, and it did, by dipping 334, we did eradicate the East Coast fever. But the mindset was, we've got to treat all the animals every few days. We can't go on with that story. We've got to say, let's treat according to need, and let's just suppress. We're well aware, of course, that with blue ticks, you've got complication. There are two of them, and they carry three important blood parasites. We've got to accept that, but that is what will have to become the new norm. They call endemic stability. So that's the second important thing, is to know your enemy, as they say, and adapt accordingly. The third one is the environment. Reducing the parasite load. This is such an important one, because certainly for worms, it's a numbers game. 200 Haemonchus, no trouble, even for the sissies. 10,000 can become a problem, although there are some that will take it. 50,000, big problem. Strong sheep seldom succumb, so it's not only stop selecting sissy sheep, but strong sheep will seldom succumb to the effects. So we can reduce the stay in the pastures or increase the time of absence, reduce the grazing pressure, and alternate with other species. If you alternate cattle and then sheep through the same system, there's very little transfer of worms. And you're utilizing your veld properly, but you're not increasing the parasite problem. Those hotspots, we found time and again, the problem, let's say the first big problem is stock theft or predation. So what does the guy do? He has a camp where he keeps the animals at night. So far, so good. But then he feels sorry for them and he leaves grass in the paddock. And that becomes a toxic place for millions and millions of parasites. I often just say to them, that food that they have got available is so little it's not important. Just scoffle out all the grass and make sure that they're not going to get infected when they nibble at the grass. Okay, grazing factors. I had a bit of fun preparing for this talk today. Here it is. It's in the notes that you've got, so you don't have to worry about trying to write any of this down. I eventually came up with 17 factors that would determine what's going on. And we're not using these enough. We're not thinking about which camps we're using and what are their risks. One of the things which Donnie Woodendall used to say when we were working together is that if you don't understand the grazing and camp system of the herd or flock, then you don't understand the disease situation. I think we've got to realize that. You can't say, oh, this is our program, and leave it at that. It depends on when you change camps and to which of them you go. So I just want to say to you that this is, I think, one of the most neglected parts of parasite control, the environment. Some practical measures: veld grazing, more diffuse in summer. If it's been rested in the winter, that's the time to use the veld grazing. It's nutritionally at its peak. It also is the low risk. And you've got these various systems that the veld and pasture scientists have worked out, where you concentrate the animals on a smaller amount of pasture for a short time. When I used to talk about this to the veterinary students, I used to get them to have to chant out a system: short-term, high-pressure grazing, long-growing season rest. And the interesting thing is, what's good for the veld is also bad for the parasites. Because if you can rest that pasture long enough, it's usually 2 to 3 months, it's not clean, but it is safe. And that's what we're aiming for, not clean pastures. So we say that grazing management must be planned together. They go together. You can't just add one on to the other. If you've got these very high carrying capacity pastures, you can use an 8-camp system with the 2 species. It works out pretty well. And pastures for hay and silage as well. Okay, coming to the end now. Monitor the situation. Fecal egg counts, pooled. That's cheap. You take 10 to 20 animals, same amount of dung from them, and you pool that, and no one can say that that's expensive. And that gives you a good idea of what's going on to the pasture. Always. That says to you, what's my contamination rate? Those TST results that we've talked about, the weather watch, rain and humidity, we know. I didn't have to hear it from the vets. We just knew that this was going to be a bad year for hemoncosis. Okay. Grazing conditions and anthelmintic resistance assessment using the fecal egg count, reduction test, and also to a degree the FOMA-CHA, saying how bad is it. So we come to the last one of this series, which is the optimum use of drugs. Implementing TST, and TT is just targeted selection. Ja, dier is dier. Dier is dier. Het is belangrijk dat ons in die taal wat die boere graag wil gebruik probeer hanteer. En het is belangrijk om meertalig te wees. Dit is ook een uitdaging. So, the whole thing that you all know, people don't read the label. They don't check on the dose, or they dose according to the average instead of weighing the sheep and the heaviest. Farmers are not always very good at estimating weights, by the way. We've seen that. They talk the biggest amount of twaddle. And then they say, the drug's not working. But well, they're underdosed. Okay, quarantine and biosecurity is important. Beware of bargain hunting and home remedies. We heard that from Gerard Verdoorn yesterday. It's a shocking thing. I mean, you know, well, I call them pharmacologists. Farmers who think they're pharmacologists and they mix and match and I don't know. They think that something growing down in the flay is going to be just as good as what they can get in the co-op. So this is really what we've got to change. The old way of eradication, suppression and total control to balance. It's one of the things that we've now got to work out, is we're no longer talking about we're going to win over worms, we're going to have a balance. Treatment, selected animals, targeting. Movement, don't treat all the animals and then move immediately. That's a sure recipe for getting resistance. You'd rather wait and either move immediately and then treat later, or you treat and you only move after a while. Flexibility is important. The methods, multiple management. The costs become lower and sustainability is high. That's what we're aiming at. It's one of the themes of the conference today, of this week, is sustainability. And this is sustainable. We know it is worked for now more than a quarter of a century. So, ending up, we're going to say, what we tell farmers they must avoid, the old idea of blanket treatments in the dry season, fixed programs. How many didn't I construct in the bad old days of the 70s? Yeah, here's your dosing program. Bad idea. Totally wrong. Only thing that makes me happy is at least I wasn't alone. We were all making the same mistake. Estimating weights, dosing and moving. Again, my irritation of people thinking that they can homemade their remedy, or herbs and spices, as I call them. You know, this magic herb will solve the problem. If it was so good, it would have been registered. So, that's what you avoid. Now, caution, we're not saying don't use them, but just be aware that long-acting remedies and combinations carry risks. The long-acting one, because there's a long shoulder, and therefore the potential for resistant animals to survive. Combination remedies, the problem there is that if you've got 3 different actives in a combination, you'll only really become aware of the problem when all 3 have failed. And so, use them, but use them with discretion. They can come back to bite you. Ultra-wide spectrum drugs, you know, the wonderful saying in Afrikaans, mocht dit tref. This one doesn't get them, the other one will. Let's see. Generics, I'm not saying that they're all bad, but some of them are very good and some of them are very bad. And don't think, we've got to say to farmers, don't think that the cheapest drug is the best. Or the most expensive, you've got to decide. And the specials, the specials, why are they? Sometimes then, a guy will come into a co-op and say, what do you recommend for worm remedy? And he points to this and says, we're selling a lot of that. And the guy says, okay, I'll take that. No, it's a perverse incentive. That's what it is. The same remedy continually is dangerous, and advice from the seller. And this is what we say is we should be doing. We've gone through all this, and that it is regular fecal egg counts, and periodic reduction tests, selection of rams, and culling of ewes. Okay, so we quarantine those stock that come in, concentrate on the ewes and lambs because they are the most affected. Proper grazing program, we've been through all this, and we say that is what you must implement. Get people onto the right pastures. Sarisia, if you want me to wax really lyrical, I'm going to tell you about Sarisia. I wish I should be a salesman, you know. Avoid the hot spots. So here's Sarisia lespedeza. It does not destroy all the worms. It just suppresses them. And that's where it's a great legume, so it's a good protein source. But if you've got rainfall of more than 600 millimeters, that's the one to plant. Long-lasting, self-seed, I go on and on like a salesman. Okay, last slide. Reminders and encouragement. Accept that change is not easy. I found it difficult to change my story. Fafa, I think you also said, well, you have to change your mindset. And farmers need reminders to be measured so that they can see what's going on, and they do need reinforcement. We've got to target the entrepreneurs. If we're going to go for the story of ticks and in cattle, it's no use starting with the worst farmers. We've got to go for the best farmers and get them going. Yes, there'll be allegations. Oh, it doesn't work. We know Famacha works. Only thing is, if you apply it incorrectly, then it doesn't work. Congratulations. Remember what Todd Collins said yesterday? Farmers don't like to always be criticized. It's nice to say, well done, you're on the right path. And when people say, no, drugs are the answer, you've got to say, who's benefiting from that? Okay, time's up, and I've gone 1 minute over, but then I started 5 minutes late. Thank you. By the way, if there are people who want a Famacha, I've got 30 there with me, and they're not coming back with me in the plane. So I want everybody who hasn't got the latest one to have the opportunity of looking at it and then saying to your farmers, you need this. Dankie dat jy dit gesê het, want dit is 'n belangrike punt. I think that's an important point, that you must make sure that the people can assess properly. And you can do it just with a card. And if they can't see those color differences, then you have to get somebody else. Yeah, but that's important one. Not everybody is able to do the color distinction, but the great majority can.
Gerrit, thank you. I think, ja, Johan, het jy vraag?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. That's the next start, is to check the genomics and identify the sequences that are actually involved in worm resilience and resistance. But as far as I know, Johan, we haven't got there yet. But that must be the next step. Because otherwise you're always waiting to see what animals are. But what we have found there is that certainly where you've got a high risk, like with Robbie Blaine, there's no doubt that within a short time you make big progress. Anybody who wants one of these sets, you must just come to me there.
Okay. Yes, Fafa.
One sentence, if you just start by eliminating bottle stores, we want to right away.
Fafa, thank you. Yeah, it seems to me people disappeared from the meeting last night and they went somewhere here in town. I don't know if they're still there. Okay. Sean, you also went there. Okay. Yeah, but okay. It seems to me they're getting old, so they can't take it anymore. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm a speaker now, and I'm also the chair of this session on the organized industry. You know, we had everything. We had started off with a regulatory, animal welfare, sustainability, control diseases, herd health, very good presentations from Dani. We had it all in the past 2 days. So we want to bring the things together now, and I think it's important, you know, that we understand where do we operate, where do we fit in this whole system. Because you're not, whether you're on Bultfontein or in Koekenhoop or wherever, we actually part of this bigger machine. And you're somewhere in this whole machine, you are playing a very, very important role. So okay, I'll be doing the presentation, then it will be followed by Gerard van der Burg, and then we'll have a panel discussion with Gerard Schutte, Leon de Beer, Mackie Hobson, and then Dewald Olivier. I think it's important, I don't know if somebody can, where's Madeleine or Willem, wil jy nie vir haar net vra dat sy kan al die mense wat daar buite sit en koffie drink, laat hulle inkom. I think even the people from the industry, we need them all here that they understand what we're doing. Okay, so, yes. Gareth, just don't give her a wheelbarrow, because the wheelbarrows start rusting and the people will not be farming anymore. In the old days, you got a 25-liter Foxonite and a wheelbarrow, so on some farms you still see the wheelbarrows there, but they're not farming with sheep anymore. So. Okay, let's, just a background myself. I think I've been around, and I had the opportunity as a veterinarian, qualified in 82. I had the opportunity to stand behind the cows and next to the cows for about 18 years. Then I had the opportunity to decide what we need to put on the cows and, with injections put into the cows, working for Pfizer and then later on for Zoetis. And then the last 6 years, or the previous 6 years, before I started now on what I'm busy doing now, as a consultant, I'm busy working for the FAO, and I'm busy working for, consulting for pharmaceutical companies. Also involved with SAVA, so I would like to share with you what I'm busy doing now. But I think that the previous 6 years, before I got into what I'm doing now, I had the opportunity to be the CEO of the MPO, the Milk Producers Organization. So I just, behind the cows, next to the cows, putting things into the cows, and then working with the owners of the cows. And that's why, one reason why we've got, in the 3 Ps of sustainability, people, very, very important part. I remember, I think they started asking us in grade 2 and standard 1, what do you want to do? And it was every year I said a veterinarian. Yeah, but Chris, why do you want to be a veterinarian? Because I would like to work with animals. In the end, as we're working with people, that's just an instrument. So I think it's very, very important, if you look at things like being exposed to it now, emotional intelligence and those type of trainings maybe is something that we can bring in into, next year and so on. I think it's important, and crucial conversations as an example. What Gareth said to, if you need to have that crucial conversation, you need to have that and tell the farmer, listen, this should not be like this. In the end, it's not attacking the person, but rather than looking at, at the situation and have a functional discussion, and then, try to motivate him to take him to the next level. So what I'm going to do this morning, I've got it there as veterinary services in South Africa. the establishment of a functional public-private partnership. We've heard about PPPs now the last 3 days, 4 days, or 2 days, last 2 days, including today is the third day, about public-private partnerships. I think there's basically, it's like a good sermon, there's only 3 points. The one is the veterinary strategy that I would like to share with you. Then I would like to focus a little bit on the National Animal Health Forum, and then take us to SAVA and the combination I've got there, SAVA, Ruvasa. You know, how do we combine these three, eventually getting into this triangle, and then the combination of these three, you know, that can assist us to take us to the next level. Now, if you look at the veterinary strategy, I think I would like to start with this, and you can read it this, yourself. If I pronounce it correctly, Monique Elio, I assume it's Elo, I don't know. French don't pronounce the last T's and those type of things. But you can read it yourself there. But I think the important there, you know, what she said there, the additional impact on global health security by addressing risk at source for emerging pandemic threats, antimicrobial resistance, and food safety crises. So you can see everywhere we've got veterinarians to be involved there. If you look at this next diagram, you know, and you can read and see whether, Johan, whether you're in Steinsburg, I think you're somewhere in that diagram. You know, everybody's sitting around, I almost said around the table here this morning in this Congress. You will find somewhere you're involved there. The important things what Paul van der Merwe shared with us the other day on One Health, you can see it on the right bottom there. But you can see several places, you know, at the top, that top blocks there, medicinal products, live animals, genetics, animal feed, human food. We are involved in all of those things there. So the importance is to, you know, to see where do you fit in. And I think it's important to understand this whole diagram and then where we would like to take it to. I think before we start, you know, we've got I think the fancy word is a dichotomy with the two types of farmers we've got. We've got a very, very well established, I think somebody said earlier, we're number 2 in the world when it comes to the total number of dairy cows in the world. We're number 1 with several other things. If you look at what we're busy doing in South Africa, we're actually ahead of the game with many, many things, you know, like Famacha and these type of programs. We're running it, and then the people are looking at us and they do see what we do. That's at the bottom, you know, the typical rotary parlor that you find here in the Tsitsikama, or you find it somewhere. And then a lot of things, you know, and then that's why we've got the commercial and the people next door. You know, we need to support them because eventually they also support us and, you know, and enable us to have a conference like this. But then also, you know, the top photo there, as I said yesterday, I think is we've got about somebody said 14 million. Make it 14 million, about 50% of those animals are in the commercial camp, and then about 50% would be in the communal or in the smaller camp. And I think we need to focus on both of that, and that's where you need, you know, that's why we had discussions, you know, the things that we had shared with you earlier, you know, from Johan Oosthuizen, this project, that is coming, you know, not unfortunately, it's on the minister just need to sign it off. Then it will become law that a para-veterinary professional or an animal health technician can actually open their own practice. They can work for themselves, but up to certain levels. You know, in the discussions we had there, Dina Marie Stolz from the Vet Council said it to them very clearly, your scope of practice will be this. You know, it's a rugby game, and we're not going to play a rugby game on a soccer field. And they need to understand that. If you look at the number of animal species, you can also see there, you know, the numbers that I had there is 12 million. So let's work on a 12 million. 6 million smallholder, 6 million, that's including dairy. There's about 600,000 dairy cows, milking dairy cows, lactating cows. In total, if you look at the replacement heifers and the young calves and so on, about 1 million dairy cows in the country. So that's an opportunity, again, you know, where you can go and do business. And in sheep itself, Leon de Beer is also here. You will see there's about almost 12 million, or 9 million on the smallholder side, and about 12 million in total on the commercial side. Pigs the same, goats, and then chickens also. So you know, I see it as South Africa as one camp, but there's or one herd, but there's 2 camps. with the commercial herds, but eventually we must stop separating these two and look at them as animals. If you add up these animals, I looked at the numbers the other day, there should be about one vet, if you add up all those animals, excluding the chickens, you should be responsible for about 60,000 animals in your area. At this stage, there's only one rural vet for about 170,000 animals. So we underpopulated. The younger guys here, I think you need to start breeding and get rural vets into the system, because otherwise we're going to have a problem. Sean, the older people, we'll excuse the older people, but yeah, you've done your bit, so. Okay, so the demographics, take that into consideration, and then the challenges. I'm not going to read it, but this was already done in 2014, publication, the so-called PVS gap analysis. I think Gerard will also refer to it, that's things that's there. It's a given. At that stage, they said, you're still doing well, but there could be problems. That was in 2014, they did the work, it was published and then after that, subsequently, we actually got a veterinary strategy in place. That was 2016, the veterinary strategy 2016-2026. If my calculations are correct, 2026 is around the corner. So we do have a problem, that we said a lot of things that we're going to do. We now saw it again with the FMD. Things are not in place. I think Dani said it several times. We've got it, and then Willem and Francois, again, you referred to it yesterday. There's things in place that we can do, but we now need to start moving. We need to get, I always say my 3 E's in life is engagement, so we need to be engaged, but we need to start executing. And then what we're going to do, the 3rd E, would be excellent. So we need to be engaged, we need to start executing. We can't, I think we had enough talk shops and discussions and so on. We need to start working now. I think in the meantime, you read it, everything there, but this was, the feedback from the OIE, from the PVS report in 2014. You can see there, training of veterinarians, low ratio of veterinarians, animal welfare, traceability, veterinary public health. These things actually eventually became the veterinary strategy. And that's also the strategy of the National Animal Health Forum and also of the South African Veterinary Association. That I will get to a little bit later. Okay, so the South African Veterinary Strategy, as you can see there, it was signed in 2016 by Dr. Mike Morisani. They're still doing a lot of work there. At this stage, Alicia is not here anymore, but together, almost on a daily basis, we're busy working on the Bruxelles, as part of the Bruxelles Steering Committee, looking at what we can do. We've got the acronym there, VET, vaccinate, educate, test, and slaughter. Now, it's easy to say vaccinate. We do need to have vaccine. And yes, Design Biologics was here last night. They left early this morning. We're working together with them. There's dossiers available, and those dossiers, we need to get them. They're already in those dossiers, but we need to get the vaccine on board. I think it's important. OBP is still there, and OBP is still doing good work, but they haven't got this, haven't got that, they haven't got that. But the important thing is, to assist them and to see, I think the important thing, if you look at Brucella vaccine as an example, they sold about 15 to 20% of strain 19 to inject or to vaccinate 15 to 20% of the female animals between 3 and 8 months of age. So the thing is, we're not recommending it, we're not making sure that the people actually do use the vaccine. So I think it's important, that we do carry out that message there. Again, it's a business, so if nobody is using the product, nobody will, and then they stop making it. But I think it's important, what Dani said also, we're sitting there, it's almost, Dani, that they already weaned the animals. I think they're busy weaning. Yeah, but we're sitting with a large number of animals, that should be vaccinated now. If we miss it now, then we need to go to a RB51, also a very good vaccine, but about double the price, or even more than double the price. So the important thing is bring in this strain 19 and get the vaccine and get the animals vaccinated. But the South African Veterinary Strategy, if you look at that, what I've underlined there, strengthening the competencies for animal health, veterinary public health, feed and food safety, veterinary laboratory diagnostics, animal products identification, recording and traceability. That's where the whole LIT system is actually coming in. And then the last one is animal welfare. So it's very, very important, if you haven't got this document, send me an email. It's nice 80 pages to read. I can send it to you and you can have a look at it. But I think we should be 100% on top and aware of what's in this document, because it's important to yourself to understand what's happening here. Then, we're working, several times people refer to the Sustainable Development Goals of the FAO, 17 of them. Maybe you can't see it from the back. And then at the bottom, the One Health. So we've got the veterinary strategy, we've got the Sustainable Development Goals, and then we've got the One Health system, to bring it together. And that's what's actually forming the base of what we're busy doing out there as veterinarians. So that's a veterinary strategy. As I said, the document is available. Nice reading, but also you will be upset when you get to page 79 and see what we haven't done. And 2026 is around the corner. So we need to address that. National Animal Health Forum itself, there's many role players, many of them sitting here. We've got Leon here, I haven't seen Mackie from Samcha, from the Moe guys, but they're all playing a very, very important role. And I think this is one reason why we've put the program together as what we've got it. I think we sometimes, like a horse with blinkers, we tend to focus only on that. Telephone set, go and do a carving or dystocia. Then you go out, but you tend to forget about the bigger picture. You need to become involved with, at ground level, you need to become involved with the local Farmers Association and other groups there. Because eventually, it's also, you can create business there, but I think it's important, to be involved there. But you can see there, it's the private veterinary services, that's where we operate. The various associations, that one of the many A's there in the middle left there, SART, is the South African Animal Health Technicians Group. We need to work together with them, and I'll take you now to the next, in the next slides, or few slides. I would like to share with you, where we can become involved with that. The animal health industry, the pharmaceutical industry, organized industry, I'll talk about that now, and then the veterinary academic institutions, and then other governmental bodies like OBP, OVR, and then also ARC, to work with. It's easy to say nothing is working, but we need to make it start working. We can't always point the finger. Remember, if you point the finger, there's some fingers coming back. Sure, you will tell us where this finger is going, but yeah. Okay, so the objective of the Animal Health Forum, and we've got the chairman of the Animal Health Forum here. I'll introduce him later. He will be part of the panel discussion, is to support the implementation of the National Veterinary Strategy as defined by DELRIT, or the old DEF. And I'm not going to read everything, I highlighted the things that I would like to share with you. First of all, to facilitate and to bring everybody together. That's one of the activities of the Animal Health Forum. Also to interact and to coordinate, and then to establish synergy. And then to provide leadership in securing outcomes that positions South Africa. And if you look at eventually where we would like to go is, market access. At this stage, there's a huge opportunity for us when it comes to, Leon, you will come and tell us about closing the borders with FMD, and then no wool going to China. What is the effect of that on our industry, and eventually what is the effect on the pocket of the farmer? And eventually on you, because the farmer will just say, listen, I can't sell my wool, or I can't sell my meat. So it will come back to you then, and unfortunately, you will run out of business then. So to facilitate, interact, coordinate, and that's also what we're busy doing in the Veterinary Association, stroke Ruvasa, the combination there, to facilitate, interact, and to coordinate. To add a little bit more, to promote and to improve the health status, foster or stimulate effective disease control, to promote relations. I think Todd said it, and I'm saying it again, we need to communicate. At all levels, we need to communicate with each other, upwards and downwards, and then also at our horizontal level, we need to communicate with each other, and to make sure, that we start liaising with each other, understand the business that we're busy doing, and how we busy operating within that environment. See, I'm moving around here on the picture here. To promote, support, or oppose, yes, we do oppose them. We do go into crucial conversations. I think Gerard is not sitting here at the front, is not grey because of he's got problems back home. He's got problems back in the industry. And that's the reason, we going there, we interacting with them. If we can't sort the problem out, then we usually take Sean with, and then we sort it out. But it's important, that we're busy interacting and busy playing a very, very important role there. Okay, and then to promote acceptable national health standards. So that's the function and the role that we playing within the National Animal Health Forum. And I would like to, one or two things, so we strengthening the competencies. So one of the subheadings there, disease control, food and feed safety, control of the veterinary medicine and the AMR. I'm on some ministerial committee on antimicrobial resistance, and there's a lot of things happening there. A lot of products that they would like to get out of the system, and we're busy fighting them. And Gareth is not pharmacology. Here we're sitting with medical doctors that don't understand, what is a production animal and why you need certain hormones and why you need certain antibiotics, as a metaphylactic treatment. They just see antibiotics and then they say, we're going to kill the world. So they do need to understand what we're busy doing there. Veterinary laboratories, animal identification, animal welfare. I'm not going to go into detail, but if you see there at the top, the epidemiological things, maybe it's too small at the back there, but just on the first and important one, where we intimately involved is animal health. So there's involved in the community service vets, the compulsory community CCS vets. Leon, you can later on when we do have the panel meeting or panel discussion, share with us some of the activities on table 2. We had a lot of legal interactions there and a lot of problems there to convince the people to go, and then risk mitigation, compensation, brucella, the buffalo controlled, and then, yes, on FMD. FMD, the steering committee, the control zone, the technical task team, playing a very, very important role there. So while you running to your next dystopia and then eventually running back to treat that dog with the hubcap disease, it's hit by car, that's what we're busy doing in the meantime. So, okay, the structure of the Animal Health Forum, we've got a board. There's a relatively small board, with a chairman, a vice chair, then one or two other co-opted members. We've got a manager. Marjan is not here anymore. Marjan, she was Polidoro. Now it's much easier. She's now Marjan Roots. Marjan doing very good work there. Then, looking at the things on the right-hand side. So, okay, but the members itself, if you look at the members there, RPO, Milk South Africa, Cape Wools, or then the National Wool Growers Association, SAMGA, that's the Mohair Growers Association, the Poultry Association, SAHA is also there, Margaret Churchill, representing them, and then also SAVA. SAVA is a paid-up member of this, one of the 7 paid-up members of the Animal Health Forum, and then some of the associated members. Wildlife Ranching, AFMA, SAVA, feedlot guys, you can see there's the abbreviations there. So they all working together, to make sure that we can get to this. The fifth part, I've mentioned the five pillars of the strategy of the Animal Health Forum, but a very, very important pillar is liaison, or liaison, between these different groups here. And what we're busy doing now, and the big drive is to get the Provincial Animal Health Forum, the National Animal Health Forum, SAVA and the Vet Council, to get them together on one page that we can start working together. Okay, that's the Animal Health Forum. If you look at SAVA or Ruvasa themselves, the plan of action, this is again very small, but you can see this is the structure of the South African Veterinary Association, with the board on the left-hand side, then the different branches, then the committees, and then the special interest groups. Now, this is a potjie kos that can go wrong. And I think it's like a potjie kos. Don't start mixing it, because there's specific structures there, specific functions that the people do. But at the bottom there, I've been appointed now as the chairman. It's a new committee there, the Animal Health Committee, representing then SAVA on the LWCC with Gareth, and then also representing on the Animal Health Forum. But there's a lot of work that we need to do. SAVA objectives, this is coming from the credo. But I think the important one is the third one that I underlined there, to use our professional knowledge, our skills, and the resources to protect and promote the health and welfare of our animals and the humans. I think that's what we need to do, and I think all of us need to be members of SAVA. I think it's a very good thing, what they say too, what Paul van der Merwe shared with us, that the bank is now going to pay the first years. I think, hopefully, although, Fafa, you killed them with the eggs last night, but hopefully we convince them to be become part of this family here. I spoke to one or two of the students, and they said to me, this is what I would like to do. And I think this is the opportunity. The more we can get these guys on board, the more we can actually get CCS vets into our practices, and we can convince them to become rural vets, the less problem we can have. As I said, we're only 30% there. One vet for about 170,000 animals on average. We haven't got enough rural vets. Okay, the strategy itself, again, I'm not going to read this. I've put everything here so you can go and read it yourself later on. But the objectives of this new Animal Health Committee need to be aligned with the intent of SAVA. We need to establish an environment, to establish and create that environment where everybody can succeed, where everybody can perform, and where you as a rural veterinarian can be happy, and where you can do what you need to do. You don't need to worry about all these other things, Animal Health Forum and LWCC and those things, but you need to be aware of that. There will be more communication on that. So, yes, we can see if you did read it, so please read your WhatsApps. Please read your, what's this other program that we've got, Donnie? Telegram, yeah. But yeah, I saw we've got some specialists on Telegram. We must be careful with Telegram, some of those things is very, very close to witchcraft, what the people are telling there. So be careful that it doesn't come into the public. But again, there on the right-hand side, you can see the three words there, to facilitate, to interact, and to coordinate. So, okay, this is the intention, what we do have in mind. We've got SAVA on the far left there, then the red block there is the new committee, linking then to the other committees, and then also to the 9 branches. We're already in a discussion with Ruvasa, and Marika identified the people, in the different areas that she would like to be on this, or to be part of this committee, where we will then take it to the next level. From that red block there, it needs to go back to the National Animal Health Forum. That will be my problem in life, to sort that out. But the important one is to go to the provincial animal health forums. And the provincial animal health forums, RPO did stern work and a lot of inputs there already, to get the provincial. It's been driven by the RPO, but now we as veterinarians, we need to be involved there. It doesn't help that there's 1 or 2 technicians there. We would like to have the MEC of animal health in the province there, of that area, but we also would like to have you as a veterinarian there. I think it's very, very important. Willem, I see you shaking your head. It's very, very important. Even on the FMD group, together with Willem and so on, that we understand what's happening at ground level and how we can operate this. So you can see there, eventually I would like to, from provincial animal health level to the light green there, the state vets, the CCS vets, and the animal health technicians. So this is basically how we see it. It's already like that. Some of them are very functional, like in Limpopo with the guidance of Willem there. Very good, doing a very good work there. KZN, we've got, at this stage, there's the manager there, or the chair of the Provincial Animal Health Forum is a veterinarian. That's what we need to get. I think we need to be the driving force. We need to be the pivots of driving this and taking it to the next level. And then to start including the provincial director of veterinary services, the district state veterinarians, the laboratory technicians, the CCS veterinarians, The CCS veterinarians that's the responsibility of government. But I think they can play a very, very important role on our side of the fence and become involved in our practices. Then the animal health members, and then the associates and the non-members, and then the academic institutions. So you can see that the Animal Health Forum members, RPO, Milk SA, Cape Wools, and so on, the wool growers, very important, to be part of them and to be part of the decision making in future here. So in conclusion, this is what we do have in mind. If you look at that, Gerard, I originally did this, and then but you had a better one in your document, so I took it from your document. So thank you to BFAP, for this. But I think the important one, if you look at it, the private sector, the role of the private sector, you can see there, if you take it from the left, the small animal clinical work. Yes, we need to do it. It's part of One Health. We need to look at rabies. We need to look at all the other things. We're not fortunately, we're not in Korea, so that's not something that we can eat. But we need to look at, getting a little bit more to the right, large animal clinical service, large animal production, and eventually it's phasing into and it's going into the regulatory environment. What I've got there is a shared vets there at the top. Notifiable diseases, controlled diseases. We need to take control of that. We need to become part of that and then be use the word, the pivot, where everything will be going around. Us as veterinarians need to play the role. And us as Ruvasa members need to play the role. And I think when we go out, I think, Marika, the task would be to every guy here to call us tomorrow and say, I've got a new guy on board. That's part of Ruvasa. The more numbers we can get, the more people, the more that critical mass can be there. And then, we can't depend on Sean alone. Sean is making a lot of noise, but we need to get more Seans on board. That can make noise, but to go into a crucial conversation and interact with government. Because in the end, if you can see there, the CCS veterinarians, they can play a very important role there. They can't just be sitting somewhere in a little village. They've got a fancy new X-ray machine, but they're not attending to food production animals. 1 year they did a presentation at the Vet Council. 25 slides. The very last slide was a food-producing animal, and that was a donkey. They said they did so many spays and so many castrations. I almost want to say, I don't care about that. We need to look at what we can do to make sure what FAFA always hammering on, food security, feed safety. That's our responsibility and what we need to do. So we would like, with the Veterinary Council, the Veterinary Council and the Veterinary Strategy, the National Animal Health Forum, and then now this new committee within the ambit or the environment of the SAVA and then Ruvasa to develop, first of all, to preserve, and then also to develop the livestock industries, and then to promote and safeguard trade and protect and develop the communities. That's the important role, So each and every one going back to your different villages and your different towns, you need to play that very, very important role. I know you're already doing it, but while you're driving out tomorrow to that dystopia number 5 for the day, think about what's your role and what role you can play in this. So from my side, thank you listening to me. It's a privilege, to do this. We're now going to have a session. So, okay, I'm finished with my presentation. No, we're not going to have a session, sorry. The next speaker then will be Gerard van der Burg. Gerard, maybe you can come forward while I'm reading this. Now, Gerard is a research associate with the Bureau for Food and Agricultural Policy. Shortly, the acronym for that is BFAP. He's also the program coordinator of the livestock and the resource economics. Gerard has got a degree in agricultural economics. He also did his master's degree at the University of Minnesota. He's also very important. He's a keen farmer. They've got a family farm. Gerard, it can count against you. It's in the Free State. But yeah, a family farm in the Free State. So Gerard, we're looking forward to what you're coming to present for us this morning. Let me just get your topic here. Where is it now? Okay, so Gerard, very, very important. A lot of things happening behind, you know, Dewald and Gerard Schutte will share it with us later on if we've got the roundtable meeting. Very, very important things happening at the background. The so-called AAMP. If you hear anything about the AAMP, Gerard is coming to tell us now. You know, that's on the agricultural and agro-processing master plan. So Gerard, you can come and share with us your wisdom.
Great. Good morning everybody. Goeiemorgen. Het is lekker om hier te wees. Het is een voorrecht om hier te wees. It's fantastic to see some local people also from area Albertijn. As mentioned by Chris, myself, I'm also still involved in primary agriculture. And the Stokia is coming in at 5 o'clock on a Sunday afternoon. We're part of that crowd as well. So yeah, I mean, it's fantastic to be at the Ruvasa Association. Today I'm going to share with you the overall vision for livestock in the meat industry going towards 2030. And yeah, I think, well, what I can see is you have some veterinary practitioners, you have vets that work within the pharmaceutical industry, and in the end, this is a full value chain. I think we should always consider that and appreciate that each node needs to interact, otherwise this entire process won't work. Of which I think the vets, as mentioned throughout every session probably, absolute vital key role player in this value chain. So the two topics that I'm going to integrate today, the one being the agriculture and agro-processing master plan, that's that very elaborate table on top, and the bottom one being the red meat industry strategy. And we were, as BFAB, involved in both of those processes. And I think today you're sitting here and you're thinking about your practice or your company, or, you know, how does this, all these policies and economics, you know, what role does that, why do I need to listen? I think overall and in general, this is all about the sustainability of your business as well. And that sustainability is not just on the animal health side, it's on the economic side as well. So, dis bitter belangrik om hierdie prosesse te integreer. Just a quick note on BFAP, the Bureau for Food and Agriculture Policy. We're a NPC company. We've been in the agriculture space for the past 18 years in South Africa, but we also work across the continent, over 15 countries that we work in. And the topics that we cover is everything from data analytics, market dynamics, you know, the socioeconomic impact analyses, policy analyses, the natural resource economic component, operational monitoring and evaluation, and then very important, inclusive ag transformation. So these topics, you know, they are quite wide. So we have a big multidisciplinary team. We're about 30 researchers within BFAP. We are based in Pretoria and Stellenbosch, and we also have associate agreements with University of Stellenbosch. So there's a big, call it empirical or scientific component in our discipline as well. And we use all of these different multidisciplinary tools to work within our analyses. So I'm quickly going to kick off just with some fundamentals, and the fundamentals being the real agriculture GDP performance. So the past decade, basically the left of that slide, and that highlighted portion being the next decade. And again, the question is, why is this important? Well, in the end, all of this is what's driving the market for your services as well. In other words, if we have a growing industry, we have a flourishing animal health industry or animal sector, that creates demand, and that demand in the end has a positive impact on your business, hopefully. And I think to take something important to take note of is, what will this look like for the next decade, and how does the industry gear itself for the next decade? So just quickly, some of those green bars, you would see the one being 2002, 2003, the other one being 2007, 2008. That's when the year-on-year change in ag GDP was fantastic, you know, growing above kind of 50%. And you would also see that real ag GDP performance, in other words, taking inflation out, is also, that's at two very important peaks. And then you kind of see those slumps And that's what happens in the market. That's a market equilibrium, supply and demand. And all of that is driving the market. Then we see fantastic growth from 2010 basically up until 2016, 17. And then again, a dip. And the big question is, what does the next decade look like given the current macroeconomic environment? We have the war in Ukraine, we have COVID still playing out, we have trade sanctions, we have energy prices, we have exchange rates, we have countries going into recession. And again, all of that is feeding into the South African economy, it's feeding into agriculture as a subsector, and it's feeding into your industry on the animal side, and in the end we need to make decisions on that. So you see that green dotted line? That's essentially what we're saying is how can we bend that curve? So agriculture doing fantastic over the past 2 decades, here and there with a couple of dips. But the big question is, within this new decade, we really need to work hard to bend the curve. Otherwise, there's a great possibility of that ag GDP going down, very similar to the 2008 up until 2010, the same from 2002 to 2005. So there's some key risks. So the focus of the Agriculture Master Plan and the vision of pulling that together from a policy perspective is essentially to bend that curve. So just a quick overview, and typically within BFAP and when we do presentations and market analyses and economics, we're going into a lot of detail with regards to farm level feasibility, how does the producer make money within the value chain, how does the processors, the traders, etc. So there's a lot of detail that sits behind a lot of these graphs. I basically took these two just as an overview. So the graph on the left, we're looking at the real gross value of production for animal products, feed, and field crops. Why I specifically included these two, look at the dips of the brown line. So that's field crops. You can see that's typically droughts, high commodity prices, droughts in the US, droughts in South America, and look at the stability of animal products. So I think you're in the right business from a stability perspective, but what's really important again is how do we integrate these two sectors, because they are dependent or reliant on one another. You see that the dotted green line again, we have this dip, and in the previous graph we're talking about how can we bend this curve. And again, that's the focus of the master plan. So just quickly the graph on the right, and it's an important one because it leads into the discussions that you're going to have later on within the panel. The animal products representing roughly about 47% of ag GDP, in other words, half of it. So again, you're in the right industry. It's almost half of South Africa's ag GDP, of which poultry and beef are the largest. And then you would see the growth over the past 10 years, the highest growth was in mohair, wool, beef, pork. So those 4 industries being kind of the top growers. And this context is still very, very important for how we build this into a coordinated process to develop something like a master plan. So just honing a little bit into, call it the ruminant side, if we look at beef specifically, again, this chart, it's quite busy. So on the left axis, we're looking at tons. On the right axis, we're looking at price. The blue line representing the average A2, A3 carcass price. So if you just give that an eyeball, you would see fantastic growth. It looks really good. But if you look at the dotted line, that's the real price. In other words, if we take out inflation. So for all practical purposes, your clients, the producers out there, they need to increase productivity. They need your support to increase productivity, because if they don't, in real terms, the price is essentially going down. There's those 2 red blocks looking at structural changes within the industry. Just yesterday, I mentioned this to colleagues from APAC. It's really important to look at what has happened in those 2 periods, and maybe specifically the 2014 period. That's when we were back into the export market. Exports grew significantly. And what also happened is we became a net exporter, not a net importer of beef. And this is really important, because the pace at which the industry grew versus the support that that needs to go with it, those two didn't balance, and it's still not balanced. In other words, what Chris just mentioned with regards to even on the veterinary services side, how many animal technicians do you need, how many vets do you need for inspection services, etc., etc., the industry outgrew the pace at which it's supported. So just maybe a other point on this graph. If we look at the past decades, we see export growth of about 20% over the past decade. Our projection over the next decade is roughly about 5%. So we're seeing a slower growth in something like export. On the production side, also a little bit throttled production. And this is all as the case within the current baseline. What's important, again, is within something like the master plan and the industry plan is how do we change the current trajectory. So I'm going to give you a quick overview of what's the approach that was followed. And this approach is important because it takes the value chain into consideration. So we start way at the top. We look at the vision of the country. So that vision being something like the National Development Plan, the Treasury's economic development policies. There's a lot of structure at the top, and that needs to be taken into consideration. The next level, we look at the natural resources and the infrastructure. That's something we can't change. We have a definite amount of land, water, soils available, and you can't change that. Infrastructure can be further developed, but the resources need to be maintained and enhanced. The next level, we look at markets. So again, South Africa being in a global market, we're in a free market system, which means you need to consider how all of these market dynamics plays back into the value chain. The next one, we call it the value chain deep dive. That's where we go into a very specific product or commodity and do a full evaluation of that value chain. And the last leg is essentially the investment plan. So this was the process that was followed in developing the agriculture master plan. And it's a combination of government, industry role players, research and academia that pull together the master plan. On the right-hand side, that's essentially the policy action steps that need to run in parallel. And way at the bottom, you'd see things like bilateral trade agreements, SPS compliances, private sector investment. Now, these things are really important because without them, again, you don't have a functioning industry. So these are the building blocks for the master plan. So these maps are quite detailed, and they are specifically small that you don't try to spend too much time on them. But we need to see the context of livestock parallel to the context of people. In other words, the socio-economic side. If you miss that, specifically in a country like South Africa, we miss quite a lot. So starting at the top left, the darker areas is essentially the VAT-registered beef producers. Call it about 5.5 million heads of beef cattle. So that's where you can see the concentration of beef cattle on the VAT-registered producers. To the right of that map, you see the small-scale cattle farming entities. Again, that's about 5.3 million heads of cattle, but more than 500,000 households involved in production. If you eyeball the two maps just below that, that's where we look at the poverty density, the one on the left, and the other one, the poverty incidence. So the one on the left, poverty density, is essentially saying per square kilometer, where do we have the most poverty? And the right one is saying from a percentage distribution perspective, where do we have the most poverty? And you can actually see that the concentrations of higher productive, longer value chain production systems correlates to the big metros where we have huge poverty. So that's more than 15 million people on the one on the left and more than 13.9 million people to the one on the right. So in other words, the production system for the livestock sector, whether it's large-scale commercial, medium-scale, small-scale, each one has a very, very definite role to play. The maps at the right-hand bottom, exact same principle. The ones on the left is showing big VAT-registered commercial production systems, and the ones on the right showing your small-scale production systems. Interesting one, the map far right-hand bottom, that's the goat industry. So that's more than 6 million heads of goats. That's not recorded, it's not measured, it's not accounted for, because it doesn't go via the formal slaughter registry in South Africa. But if you look at that and how it overlaps with poverty incidents, we need those value chains to function. We need those producers to have, healthy animals and increase their productivity, because it has a massive impact on poverty in those areas. So that's starting with livestock and the people. And this is really important from a food inflation perspective. We've seen the issues in KZN, the social, economic disruptions. There's a massive need to create a stable and secure secure nation, and food inflation being a very important driver, how we contain this. So if you just quickly look at South Africa, we're right there in the middle. Our average in 2021 essentially being 5.5%, which is a lot lower than countries, Zambia at 19%, Kenya at 9%, Brazil at 7.9%, and we're even lower than the US. So this is mainly attributed to these very intensive, very well-oiled, very efficient value chains that we have in South Africa. And we need to sustain them and increase them in order to maintain something like food inflation. So food security is not only about the accessibility, but it's also about the cost, right? So maybe to speed up a little bit, the next step is again looking at this thing about where's the animals and where's the resources. The map at the far right corner, again, very involved type map, but essentially what that's saying is those white areas is everywhere where we have degraded or barren land. So again, if you eyeball that to the map at the bottom, that's the large stock unit density. So we took large cattle, we took small stock, we extrapolated that, and you can see everywhere where we essentially have degraded or barren land is where we have the highest concentration of animals. The bottom line being that how do we increase productivity with limited resources and degraded resources? A very important constraint and something that needs to be addressed and taken into consideration with regards to by how much can this industry still expand. So we looked at the value chain, and everywhere within each node of the value chain looked at what do we need or what needs to be changed and adapted in order to grow this industry. So in essence, starting at the input side, we model and integrate about 52 different commodities and sub-commodities within a partial equilibrium model, and commodities like maize, for instance. Again, we need to balance the cost of feed if we think about the feedlotting industry, and all of that has an impact on land area, it has an impact on price, cost of production. So maize production increasing, we need more maize, we need more pasture, we need more forage if we want to get to more production. So essentially starting at the input side, in the middle side where we have cattle production, those areas that have blue and red combined, that's essentially where government interventions with industry interventions need to take place together. And that's the agreement within this master plan. So I'll be very quick. I think you've covered this at length, everything concerned with biosecurity, animal health. That's on the production side. And you can see there at the bottom, we have joint funding initiatives for transformation. We have joint funding initiatives for identification and traceability. You have joint funding for something like meat grading systems. And all of this needs to happen in a synergistic way. The red numbers is essentially saying what are the targets? By how much do we need to grow our local weaner production system? And it's about 250,000 weaner calves from the large to medium producers and another 200,000 weaner calves from small producers. And everybody in this audience understands and appreciates how low is the current productivity in our small to medium producers. By increasing that only by 8%, that would already give us the additional 200,000 weaner calves. That's just a small number to take note of. On the far right-hand side, bottom corner, exports. Growing exports from 40,000 tons to about 230,000 tons. So that is growing exports from 5% of production to at least 20% of production. If we don't do that, essentially we will flatten that curve that I showed earlier this morning. In other words, that real A2 price, that's the reason why that price will stay fairly flat and lower. So we need that, what we refer to as this release valve. We need to open up markets, we need to grow markets, Otherwise, we will saturate the local market. So essentially, the target being that 8.2 billion rand above baseline, that's only for the beef industry. So what we're saying is, there's a caveat of we can grow the value contributed by beef by more than 8.2 billion rand, and that's annually, by all of these different, by implementing all of these different interventions. So that's really important, and the process now being followed, and I think Gerald will talk about this a bit later, the signature process from all the different actors and role players within the master plan. It had these 6 pillars, and for each one of these 6 pillars, through basically all of the commodities represented within agriculture, there's a key interventions line, that middle one, and there's the opportunities one, the bottom line. So you would see, just as an example, not to spend too much time on this, something like pillar 1 is resolving policy ambiguities. So for instance, the vet strategy. So the vet strategy was mentioned, discussed, debated at length, and the bottom line was we need to implement the vet strategy. We being the combination between industry and government, as an example. So there you can see full implementation of the SA vet strategy. We have the stock theft issue. We have the increased capacity of veterinary support officers. At the bottom, the opportunity is the FMD red zone that immediately needs intervention. And so we can basically carry on through each one of these pillars. So that's the framework of the Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan. Very important, because in the end, industry, yourself sitting here basically, can work flat out from 5 o'clock in the morning till 10 o'clock at night, do everything that you can, but from a policy perspective, the industry needs that synergy and buy-in. In other words, you need the Department of Rural Development, Land Reform, Agriculture to work together to implement certain strategies. In the end, it needs to be a stamp of approval from a state vet if we want to export to China, for instance. And that's why this combination of the master plan was industry and government. So, Chris, I'm going to take eight minutes that I have left and just quickly look at one example, being the red meat and livestock industry strategy. We were commissioned by the red meat primary cluster to develop a red meat industry strategy, of which the strategy first was, again, value chain led. It has continuous policy alignment, and from our perspective, from BFAP side, we are independent and we are objective with regards to how we develop something like an industry strategy. So very importantly, this strategy is aligned to the Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan. In other words, the vision of the industry is aligned to that. Ruvasa and the vets have a major role to play with regards to implementing this strategy. And I'm going to speed up to get to that. What does implementation look like? So we're looking at 20% growth, and if we combine small stock, large stock, goats, parts of wool and mohair, it's roughly about 12 billion rand potential that lies within the industry. And that's massive. That is, and that's annually above baseline. We're looking at more than 1 million households that's affected, positively affected by this growth. And more importantly, the far right-hand column, you need the execution and implementation. You need a well-coordinated structure in order to implement a plan like this. And just to go back to what Chris mentioned earlier, that's why structures like Ruvasa, like SAFA, like you name it, all of those different columns that he mentioned, why coordination and leadership within these structures are so important, and why we need the private practices to feed into this, because it's a collective action. Otherwise, it will never work. So just in developing the structure, we had the strategy, we had all of these, we had 3 phases, of which that middle phase was probably the most difficult one, is the industry restructure. In other words, how do you take structure, develop over 20 years, reevaluate them, build on that foundation and improve them, and essentially work together to grow the industry. And the third phase being the implementation plan. And that, in our opinion, being the most important one. Otherwise, you have discussions like the one you're having over the past 2 days, you have great policy frameworks, fantastic documents, but in the end, who's going to do the work? So also being a practitioner, I appreciate doing the work bit. All right, so first phase, the roadmap. I mentioned those 6 pillars in the Agriculture and Agro-Processing Master Plan. Let's call it the policy vision. The industry vision has 4 focus areas. It's animal health and public health. It's essentially this crowd. It's inclusive growth. It is market access and competitiveness and sustainability of the value chain. And each one of these topics or focus areas, that was the framework on which we built the industry strategy. That's the roadmap, and essentially that roadmap is the one that will keep guidance and keep the vision of the industry aligned. Just quickly, this is the current structure of the red meat and livestock value chain. You would see there in the middle horizontal line, you see Ruvasa, you see SA, you see SASFIM, you see SAFA, National Animal Health Forum. That's essentially across the entire value chain. And then you have a lot of actors within each node of this value chain from an industry coordination perspective. And again, each one have their own opinions, their own, call it politics, and we stay clear of that. We keep our eye on what's the vision and what's the practical things that need to be implemented to make this work. Because you always have many opinions from all different role players. The key thing is the restructuring process, the transition process. Transitioning from, we have a lot of different industry organizations and bodies that are all structured in their own way. How do you get leadership to guide this call it choir of different people singing together? And this is essentially what we're looking at and what we came up with for the industry. So just quickly, the 3 main columns on the far left-hand side, we're looking at an entire red meat and livestock roundtable setup. So there you have the pork primary cluster, you have the red meat primary cluster, you have the poultry cluster, and you have the secondary cluster of the value chain. And that's where you need to create vision and alignment for the industry. The far right-hand column, that's, I think, where probably this part of the industry will need a lot of alignment. That's where you have sector-wide funding and efficient execution on the animal health side. So that's the National Animal Health Forum, you have the Meat Inspection and Advisory Forum. They have a lot of sub-association forums underneath them, but the bottom portion, that 1.1.2, you have Animal Health South Africa, and you have Meat Safety South Africa. And that bottom block, essentially, that's the implementing agencies. That's the people that, in essence, need to get the work done. The rest, that's people that need to create advice, policy, and keep us to the vision. There's a new entity, that 2.1, it's called the Red Meat Industry Services Company. And that's really important, again, for how we see the future. That's essentially services feeding into the industry. That's where things like identification and traceability, animal health, veterinary support, residue monitoring. We have a value chain system and information component in there. Again, if you need information about where's the market, what's changing, everything that I presented earlier, you need to go and get it at some place. So that organization needs to build that. So this is the service delivery. So we're saying we need to transition to service delivery. Very important, what does implementation look like? And I'm going to close off with this. And again, this is implementation from an industry perspective, aligned to government policy, and having very, very, I almost want to say, specific principles to implement. And here we said we took the 4 focus areas, as well as the high priority cross-cutting ones. We looked at the status quo. So we've put together a 120-page research document of basically all the constraints and bottlenecks within the industry. That's a lot of research, and that will also be publicly available. From that document, we looked at what are the interventions. And those interventions are very specific interventions. And some of them, actually about 9 of them were prioritized as, if we get these right, they will essentially be the catalyst to grow the industry. And the bottom last step is going towards the action steps. And the action steps were also very specific. So what does this look like? Again, not to bore you with a lot of reading. That middle block, that's essentially the high priority cross-cutting interventions. you would see something like the FMD high risk area prioritization. So there's the, call it what Sean and his team has been doing and been advocating for so long. Things like protection, surveillance, mitigation in affected areas. And there we've put together a very, I almost want to say, concise but detailed intervention plan just for that. How do you develop a market, for instance, in Limpopo for 1.5 million heads of cattle? That needs to be almost contained with a local market. So it's the entire plan for each one of these interventions, there's a detailed action list that needs to be done. I'm not going to go through all of this detail now because my time is basically finished. Then we said we need implementation, we need a budget, we need money to implement. Currently, the industry is funded in some way by a statutory levy. There's a new submission to continue or to continue with the statutory levy, but within a new structure and framework. So this is as you can see, those 4 focus areas. Within each one of those 4 focus areas, money and a budget was allocated. You would see the top one, the FMD high-risk area prioritization. You see traceability and identification. You see export promotion. So for each one of them, a budget is allocated. And just to give you a heads up, the industry is probably underfunded by about 800%. So the current statutory levy is not going to make a dent with regards to everything that we need to correct and reposition ourselves. But I think the transition process and the structure will guide us into moving this ship around. So the last bit, I just wanted to give you a screenshot. So we have, for each one of these focus areas, for each one of the actions, for each one of the interventions, this is what the KPIs and budget allocation look like. So there's a lot of detail, a lot of structure, and in the end, this was developed to make sure that there's accountability and that there's accountability and transparency back to the industry with regards to we have money coming in, we have a clear vision, and this is how we're going to spend it and allocate it to get the most impact. So yeah, Chair, that's the last bit. On the 17th of August, we have our annual BFAP baseline launch. This is open to the public. This is where we look at how international market, local markets, and the entire industry, how we see the future. And you are welcome to join us on that day. Thank you, everybody.
Gerard, thank you. I spoke to somebody at the back and he said to me, hierdie is baie ingewikkeld. I think it was a good summary of, yes, it's quite involved, Gerard. But if you look at those pillars, I quickly looked with my overactive analytical brain. There's in every pillar, there's somewhere where veterinarians should be involved. So in the 6 pillars of the strategy, veterinarians should be involved. Us as vets should become part of this. Not necessarily, go and sit in these meetings and look at these involved Excel spreadsheets, but be at your level, whether it's in Bultfontein or Randfontein or wherever you are, become involved in this, please. So, okay, we're going over to the last part, just 1 or 2 announcements. Please do not disappear. We're going to have tea after this last, or this panel session. Don't disappear after tea. I think the first flight is out at about 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, you will be in time. If you want to stay, I know the inside of the lounge in the Port Elizabeth airport. I'm staying here till 8 o'clock, so my flight is only shown at 8. But yeah, please don't disappear, after this presentation. I saw Quentin Kutsia out here, and I think he will be doing the back to basics, thriving in tough times. Those that haven't heard him before, think this is going to be a life-changing presentation today. Okay, and then Madeleine also asked that, Johan, that little tag you've got around your neck. Ruvasa is running on a tight budget. Please return the... No, not the ear tag. The ear tag is for you too. But your wife knows you're the real animal coming back. No, that name thing. What do you call it? Name tag. Ja, hierdie wat Marika hier wys. So, okay, the next session, a panel discussion. I would like to invite Gerard Schutte. While I'm inviting them, I'm going to introduce them. Gerard, Gerard, sorry. Gerard first need to do a presentation. Okay, I'm confused now. I also want to go home now. The next part of the introduction of this panel discussion will be a presentation by Gerard Schutte. Now, Gerard is, okay, Gerard, you will be eventually on the panel, but you first need to come and give us a summary. Gerard has got an MSc in Animal Science. He's the CEO of the RPO, Red Meat Producers Organization. He's also the chair of the Animal Health Forum, National Animal Health Forum. He's also a member of the NAMC, National Agricultural Marketing Council. He's the vice chair of the LWCC, so we've got the LWCC here at the front, and then also the vice chair of the Red Meat Research and Development group. And then, yeah, it seems to me all farmers coming from the Free State. He's also a part-time farmer with some cattle in the Senekal area. So, Gerard, you've got a lot of vets to call. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. If I can have my presentation, I'm Gerard Schutte. I think the bottom line of my CV is that I'm a pen pusher and I'm an emerging farmer. Gerard van der Burg, thank you very much. You made it very easy for me, talking about what we need in the red meat industry in terms of Ruvasa vets and Ruvasa itself. Now, I think if we look at farm level, there are 3 building blocks that we need from you as vets. Keep away the diseases that's not on the farm. Please help us deal with diseases that are on the farm, and please also help us that if we have diseases on farm, that we don't spread it to other farms. When we talk about vet involvement, I think we talk about 2 levels. The one is the farm, the community, the rural vet, the Ruvasa vet, that's you. And then also on national industry level, we need inputs from Ruvasa. And Chris, thank you very much. In your presentation, you indicated how complex it is and how much we actually need from you in terms of policy making also on national level. Now, looking at you, we are very worried as farmers, as red meat producers, in terms of Ruvasa vets. You're a species with very low numbers. We need more. We need to clone you. We need more Gareths, Fafas, everyone of you sitting here. But if you, and we can't clone, you must please do it for us. But if you do, make a lot of young guns. We need speed and we need energy in this, especially in the red meat industry. Now, as you heard, I'm also an emerging producer. And when I've got a problem on the farm, and I know it's not fair, but I expect to phone the Ruvasa vet. Tukotse was our vet at farm level, and then I want him to be there within an hour. That's how we as farmers are wired. Please excuse us, but I know it's unfair. But then come to farm level, come to what we need from you as a private vet on farm. And I want to go back to Dani. Dani, you are so right. We need to be proactive, not reactive. We need you to be there on farm at least once a year. We need you to increase the general resistance of our animals, whether that is parasite control, and then, yes, we've got the pharmacia, we need, and that, please, you must always remember that. The farmer, although he can be very difficult people, we look up to you in terms of your expertise. So you must advise us on good nutrition to decrease stress and also genetic selection when it comes to resistance within our animals. You must please advise us how to cull. We had these devastating veld fires. You are the vet, and you must come when we have a disaster like that and tell us which one we can pull through and which ones we must cull. You need to advise us on early ID of diseases, early warning systems, good biosecurity, avoid exposure, and also help us to start a quarantine facility on farm. That's very important. We know at the end of the day, there are some diseases that we can only vaccinate for, whether that's bacterial, viral, or diseases causing losses. Please help us with that plan for the 1 year. But help us also in terms of our breeding bulls and rams, the production animals, and also keep in mind we don't like reading as farmers, so come and tell us also and put it in the program in terms of the compulsory diseases that we have to vaccinate for. But we also need your advice in terms of replacement males and females, pregnancy tests, and to test our rams and bulls before they go to the cows and the ewes. And then I think we want you, or I don't think, I know, that we want you to do a bit of education for us. Please convince us to keep records. Please help us. And thank you to you. The day you were on our farm, help us with the health and safety of the staff and us as farmers. We don't always understand zoonoses. I can just say, after you left, Zacharia came to me, and we had a 2-hour discussion of what the vet did that day. He really looks up to you as a vet, and always remember, you've got a big role to play in terms of example. Also, please help us to dispose of diseased material and carcasses. I know sometimes the jackal get to them and that's not good enough. And especially now with foot and mouth, show to us how the symptoms of foot and mouth looks like. Please also help us to exactly know how to take samples. Growth hormones, boosters, give us advice. And then the other Gerard, home remedies, witchcraft, bring some sanity. We know that we as farmers, ons noem het in Afrikaans, can be baie bygelowig. So bring some sanity there in terms of home remedies. I've already said, help us to convince us and be the ambassador to do records. Traceability system, what's the space? We need one. And you must also help us convince farmers. And then Animal Health Forum, animal welfare, we heard Professor Gareth Bath. That's more or less how I see it on farm level. And then let's move to the national level. Donnie, the disease report. I don't think that one day a year session can be done without the disease report. So Donnie and Fafa, thank you very much. We need that. But we need Ruvasa on national level, and I'm taking a few examples in terms of the National Animal Health Forum. It's not only the National Animal Health Forum, it can be the RPO as well. We have regular engagements with the DG, the Minister. We have a brucellosis committee. Thank you, too. Thank you, Chris. We have a lot of meetings about FMD. And Sean, thank you for what you've done. I think the one thing that you taught us, in Vader's naam neem besluite en neem hulle vinnig. And thank you very much for that. I think the fact that we can now indicate that Gauteng and the Free State are clean, thanks to you, Sean, but also thank you very much. That was a good indication of quick decisions. And what I was very, very positive about was even the Minister started taking decisions in this regard. Vaccination Production Committee, we didn't have wins up to now, but I can say we really did our homework. Dani, thank you very much for your input. I'm optimistic we will get to good answers, and I'm of the opinion, and that's not degrading OBP, within the next 5 years, free market must play a much, much bigger role in terms of vaccine production, and we need our own FMD vaccine. That's been said. Liaison Committee, 4 times a year, that's an opportunity where Ruvasa can sit and liaise on the highest level with Dalrot. And then the 9 provincial animal health forums, you have a big, big role to play there. I'm of the opinion that in future, a lot of the tasks being done now by state vets should be done by Ruvasa vets, and we will move in that direction. And then also, you need to invest in the CCS vets. We've talked a lot about that. The VetStrat, the One Health, we've heard about that. You have a very, very big role to play. We need in this industry to move to self-regulation in terms of biosecurity, and you will have to play a role there, please. Compartments. Luckily, we have a very well-advanced feedlot industry in this country. They are the basis for compartments, but we must get closer to home. Every farm should in future be a compartment. APAC, biosecurity rules, you've heard Francois, you heard Willem. I want to congratulate you. That is a very, very good indication of what we can do in terms of self-regulation. We need to carry on that road, because we don't only need it for us as farmers, we also need it in terms of bilateral agreements in terms of exports. We thought that when we get to the Ruvasa Congress, the ministerial task team's recommendations will be on the table. It's not yet. The minister indicated to us, I think it will be next week. I think it will be quite harsh, but let's deal with these issues. That will be an opportunity for us, because the minister will put it on the table and she will again come back to the industry how to deal with it. I think it's a very big opportunity that we have. Traceability, yes, we said it's very important. And then from our side, thank you very, very much for your selfless work in terms of what you do as a vet on grassroots level as well as national level. My take-home message: you are the backbone of biosecurity on farm. But it's not only on farm level. We need your inputs on national and provincial level. We need your expertise And you can rest assured that within the community, we all look up to you for leadership and for giving us expertise. At the end of the day, it's a team effort. It's a team effort between you, the farmers, the community, and government. You've heard Gerard. If I can come back to the red meat industry, we've got big, big dreams for this industry. But without Ruvasa wets, om dit in Afrikaans te sê, is ons geskroef. So thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity, and thank you.
Gerard, thank you. While they're taking the podium away, I would like to invite the panel members. First panel member, I think, okay, I did introduce Gerard now. Let me just get my things in place here. I did introduce Gerard. Gerard, so welcome on the podium here. Also would like to invite Leon de Beer from the National Wool Growers Association. Leon had to travel a long distance. He's a local person. He's operating here from Port Elizabeth. He's got a bachelor in agriculture. Many years ago, Leon, I think we met each other in Ermelo when Ermelo still had sheep and we still had dairy cows in that area. So welcome, Leon. And then also Dewald. I don't know, is Mackie here? Mackie, sorry, I forgot about you. Okay, one of our colleagues, I didn't see you before, but okay. Mackie Hobson is a veterinary colleague working for SAMGA, South African Maui Growers Association. So welcome to you also, Mackie. And then the last, but not the most quiet person, noisy. Welcome, Dewald. Welcome back again. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to start off. Leon, maybe you're the first victim here this morning. From your perspective, you know, we had the presentation now from the RPO, from the red meat side, but your perspective, you know, from maybe just a few sentences, an elevator statement. This elevator is traveling 4 floors, so you've got 1.5 minutes. Your perspective from the wool growers, you know, and what do you expect from a veterinarian?
Yeah, thank you, Chris. Thank you for the opportunity. It's for me a privilege to be here. I think from our perspective, it's important to say that wool sheep produces, what they produce is 30% income from wool and about 60 to 70% income from red meat. So for us, the presentation from the red meat industry, we fully support. We need the Ruvasa vets on our farms, and maybe I can elaborate a bit later in terms of, you know, sustainable production standards and so on, what our need is. Thank you.
Thank you. Mackie, from a perspective of the Maui.
Yeah, Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Yeah, just from a Maui perspective, really, Ruvasa and all the, you know, large animal vets, it's really about communication for us. It's about training, you know, so it's having that access to the farmer where there's that communication between the farmer and the vet. You, his vet, and it's a matter of educating him in terms of disease, biosecurity, and all the things. So it's that support that we have in terms of the industry itself. I'll go into that a bit later, but you know, from vets out there, it's the communication to me, the training that's vital.
Thank you, Mackie. And Dewald, from a perspective of the feedlot, we heard a lot, you know, what you see and what we should be doing, but you're just, you know, to touch on what Gerard said and what the previous speaker said, your opinion from a feedlot perspective.
The main thing is it is not a we and you, it's an us thing. I said at the start of my talk 2 days ago that it's about cooperation, togetherness, working together. It's actually, and I've said this in the past, symbiotic. We We cannot exist without the veterinarians. And I think we've got a lot to learn. Yes, we are in a Ruvasa setup. But on the 19th of October last year, we had a discussion, and actually I got Fambis van Miljoen there, Adrian Olivier there, and what we said was there's so much to learn across the veterinary spectrum with regards to biosecurity and how these guys do it differently from us, and they can learn from us. So what we expect is cooperation and us mentality rather than we and you.
Thank you. Any questions from the floor? Fafa, I know you this morning said you've got some questions. So, any questions to specifically in this perspective, what we discussed now?
If we don't market ourselves, nobody will know what's happening. I think that's, Mackie, you've got your website and everything, but that's what I tried to do on the National Animal Forum website. If you go and have a look at Info Center, I think there's certain things, you've got your website for the for NWGA, but somewhere on the National Animal Health Forum, I would like, from my side, that key information data that you would like for the broader spectrum and that other groups can see what you're doing. I think we can do more to advertise ourselves. And baie geluk. I mean, this red RPO booklet and the NWGA information. I haven't got so much that goes from the MOE, but I know you are specialists, you've got a brilliant website. But let us put key things on there, and that we also put the National Animal Health Forum website that we tell farmers about it, that they should visit it. Because I see on our website, from our telegram, the questions that our vets put on there, all the information is already on the National Animal Health Forum website. And that's what you say, it's us. It's us.
Thank you, Fafa. More questions? Sean, you need the mic. The mic.
I'm really going to throw the cat amongst the pieces. We're looking for more young production animal vets. We need to change the selection criteria at Onderstepoort. I firmly believe, if you look at universities across the US, there's a segment where I believe we're not taking enough young people out of the agricultural faculties. Dis boerkinders daai meneer. And if you see the frustration and the disappointment, and I think that we should have an interview process, and don't mention my name because nou nie baie populêr by die fakulteit nie. I'm not popular anyway. But I think we need to revisit the kids that we select who are going to be our future veterinarians. At Sabaya, the average age of the rural vet was 52. There are young people here today. And then I think the other thing is, everyone said that there's a SAVA program, you know, and there's the spay campaigns and all that sort of stuff. This is now something different. I didn't mention to you, but Karen Beef took an initiative when the foot and mouth hit to engage their local emerging farmer community in Rotunda. They had 80 different farmers. They've nominated a committee, and you cannot believe what an early warning system those guys have got now. Firstly, they shut down the sale in Heidelberg. The guy says the sale's going ahead. The community said the sale's not going ahead. They have now formed a partnership where they can advise on cattle movements into the area, and they also want their cattle to be looked after, guys.
Maybe it's a project for SAVA to undertake. Get to know them. They've got people in their community that are leaders, and those people are slowly sweep. So if there are two things that we can change, it's to engage the university and look at criteria to ensure that 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 or 9 years down the line, most are out in 6, there are a couple that get honors along the way. Let's encourage those people, and let's encourage the university to make sure that they're getting a portion of the candidates that are coming into the faculty that are not going to become anal gland mechanics.
Sean, is that shortly abbreviated as an AGM? Well, maybe from your side. There's a lot of interaction already, Sean, with faculty, specifically with Dietmar. You know, he's aware of this. You know, we had the thing that there's too little vets, or we haven't got enough vets around. If you look at the numbers, again, you can prove anything with numbers. As I said, in the rural side, we're about 30% of what we should be. You know, we can get more guys at country level and at food production level, but they're busy working on that. You know, there's a specifically change in the focus at Honest to Poor. I think we got them overqualified, you know, coming from that side of the road, and less qualified, and so we're busy exposing them. But again, I think we need to take it in our hands also. Invite them into your surgeries, invite them into your bucky, let them drive with you, and then get to where the tacky and the tar gets together. Well, from your side, from SAVA's side, he said, you know, that SAVA must take control and then look at this, but maybe if you can take us further.
Thank you. Sean, I agree 100% with you. We did engage Dietmar on the selection criteria and how they should look at those selection criteria, and part of the suggestions that we did make is to have interviews with the students. Obviously, it's quite difficult, but I guess with Zoom, it becomes a lot easier to have interviews with them. Our concern is also the flip side of the coin. We can train as many veterinarians in South Africa as we wish, but if we don't keep them, we will not make any progress. So SAVA is also working very hard currently to see but what must we do, what are those factors that make veterinarians leaving the country, and how can we address those factors. And I think that is also the flip side of the coin that is extremely important. Coming back to veterinarians per se, and part of that problem, and I don't know if everybody realizes that the shortage of veterinarians is not a South African phenomenon currently. If you think about Britain, Australia, New Zealand, Australia got currently positions for about 180 to 200 veterinarians that they are advertising. So if you can get 3 times your salary in Australia that you're getting in South Africa, it's very difficult to convince a person to actually stay in South Africa. So it is a worldwide phenomenon, and it is also, I always say that COVID-19 is a big excuse, but it is also a big implication. In Britain alone, the animal population doubled with COVID-19. In 2 years' time, the animal and especially the companion animal environment doubled. So they need twice as many veterinarians. And we cannot compete on salary level, we must forget that. So what we must do in South Africa, and I want to ask the assistance of each and every sector, is we must make it as easy and as comfortable to practice veterinary science in South Africa. And that is the only way we're going to get somewhere.
Well, thank you. Leon, coming back to you. I think there's a lot of work being done, you know, from the wool growers, specifically on auditing. You know, there's protocols in place. I know we're busy revisiting and revising the protocol for the RPO. Dr. Meissner, you sent me some homework to do. So we're busy working on that, you know, that was done about 5 years ago, but we're revisiting. But maybe you can tell us just from the perspective from the wool, and then after that, maybe Mackie, how are you involved in this? And then I think it's actually an opportunity, you know, it's an opportunity for a vet to become involved. and then to play part in this and also to get money for that. So, Leon, from your side.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I sometimes wonder where the saying comes from, to pull the wool over your eyes, or telling a woolly story. And from the wool industry side, I'm going to tell you a true story about what's happening. Obviously, you all know that we have a huge challenge with us in terms of the foot and mouth. We produce, wool is only about 1% of the production of fibers internationally, and in South Africa, we produce about 2% of the wool in the world, and only about 11% of the apparel wools. But still, we are an important industry and in our country, but because the statistics show that we are generally an export product. So we export about 80% of our wool to China. So the closing of the borders of China has put our industry under serious threat. There is protocol in place that we have negotiated with them in 2019, and the whole process, and Cape Wools is also here, Dion Simon and Dr. Stuart Barry. The process is to convince the Chinese that we are still keeping those protocols in place. We have registered all our facilities, etc., etc. Also, in the international world, the consumer requires a product from us that is produced sustainably, and obviously also a product that looks after animal welfare. And that has put our industry under pressure for many years already. For more than a decade, we had a code of best practice, and the code of best practice was eventually developed into a sustainable standard, which we call in South Africa the Sustainable Cape Wool Standard. This standard is about animal welfare, it's about sustainable production, it's about social responsibility, and it's also about producing economically viable. There are more than 220 brands that already has rejected openly the practice of mulesing, which is an Australian thing. So the non-mules wool in Australia is already a product that we can market with them, and we have an agreement through Cape Wools with them already to do so. And our production advisors in the NWGA is doing formal audits on farms to see how they comply to the standards that is required. This is done under contract also with Cape Wools and funded by the Wool Trust. And to date, we have done more than 1,000 farms that already comply to these standards. So these farms that now comply and who has a formal certificate, this is done without a paperless exercise. It's done by computer. You take a picture, which is linked to a GPS, etc., etc. But this standard now opens up the world market for a wool farmer because those who require the certified wools now will also start bidding on the wool at our auction. We have agreements with Authentico through Cape Wools, which is an Italian processor. We have an agreement with the wool that is produced non-mules in Australia. We have an agreement with Abalusi, which is another standard in South Africa. And then all the buyers of South African wool has agreed to support the standard. Now, part of the standard is also a biosecurity principle. So that is where the Ruvasa vet will play an important role. And that is to assist the farmer to develop a biosecurity plan. This biosecurity plan, as Gerard has elaborated, has got a lot of sub-programs that needs to be attended to. It has to do about the procedures that need to be carried out by a qualified and experienced person using the right equipment. It's about the control diseases. Gerard mentioned the issue of foot and mouth disease. Show and tell farmers what are the different control diseases that he needs to look at. There are many of them. We look at anthrax, brucellosis, FMD, OJD, you all know them all. Also the notifiable diseases, blue tongue and Rift Valley fever, especially in our industry. Rift Valley fever will also close our borders for export. The other threat is PPR. We need to look at the strategy, and we're working close through the Animal Health Forum with our government to put a strategy in place to prevent PPR from entering our industry. We look at quarantine, what quarantine measures is important on a farm. You know, sheep, they are a lot referred to as a takeaway, but if sheep are stolen and recovered, where have those sheep been? You know, how should you put them rather on quarantine on your farm to make sure that they haven't acquired and been in contact with other animals. Then also storage and disposal of remedies. Then we had a discussion with our national management, and I'm nearly done, Chairman, last week when we had our national management here, and I asked them what do they expect and what do they need from vets, rural vets. And the first reaction was exactly what we have been discussing. There's a huge shortage of rural vets in our country. And we understand that the training of vets is also about the transformation agenda. But please also reserve a number of places for rural vets to be trained and maybe even make bursaries available to get these vets into the system. Then also the question was asked, and a lot of is talked about self-regulation. Farmers should look, and industries to look at self-regulation. Help us to develop the best practices that we need to implement in terms of self-regulation. Then on farm, which Gerard also referred to quite a lot, is RAM testing, scanning, and then also FMD awareness and prevention program. I think, Chairman, that is basically in terms of our sustainability program and the needs in our industry that we need your support and involvement. Thank you.
Leon, thank you. Mackie, from your side, you one side on this side of the fence, or one foot on this side of the fence, the other one is in the organized industry. Your role, within the SAMGA itself, and what benefit is it actually, yourself as a veterinarian, to be involved in what you're busy doing with together with SAMGA?
Yeah, Chris, I mean, the mower industry is a very fortunate industry because it's quite small. I mean, there are less than 800 producers. It's geographically quite limited, so it's compartmentalized. And they've been a very progressive industry. I mean, you're talking about going back, 10, 12 years ago, where they saw that there was a need for veterinary input, and the lack of declining, healthcare and services out there. So they, at that point, decided that one of the ways forward was to, as an industry, start looking after themselves, okay, because the support was deteriorating around. So they went and embarked about appointing an industry vet. Okay, so it was quite proactive. That's 10, 12 years ago. And so the whole sort of reason for that was that they wanted to really improve disease surveillance within the industry. They wanted to have better communication with their producers in terms of health and production. And then they really wanted to improve training, on-farm training. So this is what, going back to what Gerard was alluding to earlier, it's about more of the on-farm aspect, not naturally nationalized, biosecurity issues. So it was a local development that they did. And, in terms of disease surveillance, they were very proactive. They spend money, in terms of getting information. As an example, all producers have access to free post-mortems, okay, whether that be with their local vet or the industry vet. So as a result, we've probably done close to 1,500 post-mortems over the last 10 years, or disease investigations. So, we get a lot of information back from this. So your vets out there, Ruvasa, any of you deal with goats, you can do post-mortems for a client free of charge, and the industry will pay for that post-mortem, okay? And the proviso is that we get back that information regards a presumptive diagnosis. Okay, so it's really a very good way that the industry has of monitoring disease prevalence out there in the industry. And tell you what, I mean, we have learned a lot. And I mean, the more we've learned, we realize the less we know. So it has helped us a lot there. The other thing is that with the changing farming landscape, with empowerment, obviously the industry has a empowerment trust. We're establishing black commercial farmers on various properties where they need support they need veterinary support, they need advice, and that's where the industry vet comes in again. And these are farmers that the goats are actually, they pay for those goats in the end by a certain percentage of that income is taken back each year until they've paid for the goats from the clip. So it's an automatic deduction until they, after 4 or 5 years, they're educated, they're trained, and they are commercial farmers out there. So they've probably got about 10 farms out there at the moment that they're doing. So veterinary support comes in there. And also it's about, as Fafa was alluding to earlier, it's about trying to get expertise within an industry and within a breed. And that's one of the aspects why they wanted to appoint a specific vet, was trying to collate all the information, get it together so that there's a source of information, basically all there is to know about Angora goat health, where as much as we can get, where people and the public and anybody dealing with these animals can access it. So, and then it's about communication. So with all these, disease pickups and postmortems that, we've got, the structure there is really set with WhatsApp, emails, that within a day, every single producer is notified of a condition if need be. But we'll send out regular newsletters on production, health. What happened in one farm is usually happening in another farm, as you all know. So we pick up, 3 cases this week of a certain condition. Well, we send out a newsletter to everybody, guys, watch out. This is what you need to do. Be what I'm saying is trying to do something ahead of the time. And then, sorry, am I running out of time here? Yeah, and then, basically, it's about supporting the producer. So, it's about communication. I have a goat phone. Any producer can phone me, and you know what it's all like. They send you these pictures of all these animals in a half-dead state, and then they want a diagnosis. And so, it's not about making a diagnosis always, it's about the communication. So there we are. They're talking to a vet. We can put them in the right channels. Go speak to your vet. Do that. Instead of taking some bureaucrat or taking advice from a thing. So it's keeping those channels open. And then it's also about we do a lot of field trials. So unfortunately, Angora goats are not a lot licensed products. So farmers will come to me and they're saying, does this work? This is how I use. I don't know. For example, say Coxie, it's a big problem in goats. So they'll come and say, well, I mix up, say, decox in a paste, or I'm making the solution and I dose it. Does it work? How do I know? It's not licensed for that. So we'll go and do, out of interest, we'll go and do a study and see, does decox as a paste work, or you mix it up as a solution, does it work? And then we can actually, if it does, then we can actually work out how they should be doing it in terms of not overdosing these animals and causing more harm. And then we'll do things like, with Fafa, testing chlorine dioxide, DMSO, on Coxie. Does it work? Does it have any benefit? And farmers will come to us with problems with some licensed or unlicensed products. Example, say, Baycox, and having a concern about the efficacy of it. And then we'll go and do a study and we'll work out, Angora goats are different species. So instead of the efficacy being 9 weeks or whatever in a lamb, the efficacy is less than 2 weeks in a kid. So, we get a lot of it. That's already from feedback and communication with the farmers. So, this information we get out there and try and share. So it's all really about supporting the farmer and trying to improve disease surveillance.
Thank you. Mackie, Donnie, you've got a question.
Yeah. Mackie, if you think back, we meet at the National Animal Health Forum meeting and we were talking about what you had to implement for the mower industry, and precisely the practical plan we discussed is now implemented. I think that is one of the most visible examples of a small industry, but for which most of the animal health problems, you have found solutions and you've written it up and the farmers can go back to that. So that's an incredible example. I was listening this morning about the big plan and other Gerard from BFAB. Most practitioners don't understand that big plans. But it tells us there is something like that in place. That's an incredible thing. All that development, all that planning has been done. For the practitioners, coming back, and that's the question, Gerard and Leon, what you had on there was saying, what do we do in the next 12 months? You know, what do we do practically on animal health? How do we get a biosecurity or herd health plan on each livestock farmer's farm? That once a year consultation with the vet. Hopefully it's a consultation where the vet visit the farm, but it don't even have to be that. There need to be a consultation, and every farmer must have a vet, the name written down, a dedicated herd veterinarian that set up the plan and revise it. If we can go forward in the next 12 months and say that is a very specific goal, we're going to be far ahead of what we are now. Last night we talked about signing off on status on biosecurity or food and health, which is impossible if you don't have the most basic thing, the year plan for each farmer in place.
Johnny, thank you. Dewald, getting back to you. I see you making very good notes here. There's a lot of talking, and you know what Gareth said this morning, sustainability. You know, people all talking about sustainability, and it also becomes a word that everybody thinks, you know, it doesn't mean anything. I think it's important, if you look at another word that's flying around now is PPPs, public-private partnerships. Dewald, how do you see us? You made one of the notes here is on credibility. How can we become credible within a public-private partnership as veterinarians, as state veterinarians, and as public veterinarians, as private veterinarians, and then eventually, you know, get into the red meat industry services plan, and then also the AAMP plan? Dewald.
Have you seen how my head shines on this monitor? Yes, sir. What I think, what we were discussing, what Sean said, what I said, and what all of us from the industry actually said this morning, and come to think of it, and that's what I've written down here, is you are the trust anchors of the livestock industry. You give credibility to what a farmer does, what a feedlot does, what an abattoir does, because you're integrated everywhere there. And you are the credible source. When we speak on international or with international partners, who do they want to speak to? They don't want to speak to the CEO of the company exporting. They say, give us the vet, give us the veterinarian who have inspected, give us the veterinarian, so your credibility is, I'd like to say, above reproach. And you must take that. I mean, it's something that you have that none of us in business have. And if we look at a PPP, to pull it back to that, yes, I think PPPs have become a swear word, just like traceability, just like many other specific ideologies. But I think if we look at a PPP, and specifically with government, what are we saying? We're saying we would like to work together, we would like to take your hand, we would like to do things as part of industry, and I include you as vets part of industry because you're a very big role player, to take hands with government, for example, in a specific situation, and we would like to assist you in doing things. We do not want to take responsibility for what you have to do, but we can, with the credibility of veterinarians, do things, put a stamp on it, and sell that to the rest of the world to see what we can do. And you must remember, those veterinarians, I see Mpo's not here today, Caroline is here, but at the end of the day, you studied, and that's what I said last night, you all come from the same school. Whether or not you're on government side, whether or not you're in private practice, whether or not you're a feedlot consultant, you all come through the same school. And I think that's where the trust amongst yourselves also comes from. You're on the same level, you're on the same thinking, which actually is supposed to make this much easier. We as industry look at you to say, what should we do? To come to us, I heard yesterday, what do you want us to do? You need to establish what you're willing to do.
You got any questions from the floor?
Het jy 'n vraag gevra nie?
No, you made a comment.
No, my answer, are we going to implement
Yeah. Gerard, maybe the question, you know, I think the credibility, Devalt, is part of a veterinarians, is in our genes. Not your genes, our proper genes. In the chromosomes. But Gerard, how do we make this, you know, you again on two sides of the fence, in the organized industry and then also being a farmer, you know, and using two kotze there in Senekal. But how do we market this to the people out there? I think by default, we don't want to open our mouths, we don't want to say what we want to say, and then, you know, yes, you can have a marketing advertising board at the entrance of every little town and use your vet. But how do you see us getting involved in this, into the PPPs, and then also answering Donnie's comment or responding on to his comment?
Thank you, Chair. I don't have the answer. All I know is somebody said the other day, and I really agree with him, we are dancing in the boardrooms, but on grassroots level, nothing changes. So if we say we must implement a plan, and then you ask me, I would say do it in baby steps, because the big plans does not always work. And one idea that could work, I think, and I don't know what Devalt say about it, we are all working very hard to get to a rather practical voluntary traceability system. And as the producers link up to the system, I think that could be an entry point where we could convince them to do the once a year thing. And Chair, while I'm talking, I'm not going to say anything more. I'll just have a concluding remark, if I may. I think Ruvasa can play a very, very big role in future in terms of career paths for rural vets. I think in future, a lot of the work that's now being done by state vets could be done by private vets. That's the way we are going in this country. The commercial from my side, RPO, we have a lot of information. Thank you, Fafa. But if you need, we've got WhatsApp, we've got a monthly magazine, a newsletter, Afrikaans and English, and then a bi-monthly full-blown magazine. If you want it, just give the cell phone numbers through and we will put that on WhatsApp and you will be able to read anything. And then lastly, Chair, we heard Gerard van der Burg. The potential in this industry on the red meat side lies in the emerging sector, so please have an affinity for that sector. Thank you very much.
Gerard, yeah, that's, you know, if you look at the PPP, there's one of it is a transformational public-private partnership. And I think we're all involved in that. You know, transformation is not always what we see, you know, in the press, you know, but it's part of that. We're involved in that on a daily basis, so we need to become more involved in that. Leon, maybe a last remark from your side.
Just briefly, Chairman, I think I just now said that OJD will close the borders. That's a mistake. It actually is Rift Valley fever, so apology for that. Yes, I think our sustainability standards is an opportunity for us to also promote our producers to contact rural vets to assist them with the development of such a plan. If I recall correctly, we have more than 400 farm units already assessed, but we talk about 8,000 commercial producers that produce wool and 40,000 small-scale producers that produce wool. And we have also busy rolling out the sustainability standard for communal producers, where they will need such program. And how you will get involved there, we can talk with your executive or your management, I think. And then another challenge we have, obviously, is our shearers that move from farm to farm. Also the advice in terms of them for biosecurity reasons, how to prevent the spread of disease. Thank you.
Thank you, Leon. I think one of the P's of sustainability, productivity, or you can also make it profitability. You know, what you said and what Jompie Burger said yesterday, and a lot of the presenters actually said, you know, there's a lot of opportunities where vets can become more involved and play a bigger role there. And also, you know, earn a better salary, and by that, actually creating an environment where people can, you know, perform and they can grow and be happy. Mackie, from your side, maybe a last word?
Yeah, I mean, I just think, as Gerard was saying, the future really is collaboration between industries, with vets and with government, and with Ruvasa vets, rural vets, taking over a lot of the state vet work on a part-time or a contractual basis to maintain overall, disease and biosecurity.
Thank you. Dewald, there's already a lot of things in place with the red meat industry services. It's a new grouping. It's yourself, it's a RPO, it's NERPO, it's the feedlots, and then also red meat abattoirs, Gerard Neetling. So there's a lot of, again, a lot of opportunities there where we need to get involved. I see we had 40 seconds here, so in 40 seconds, please. But I'll give you 1 minute and 40 seconds. So.
Thank you. So what Gerard van der Burg from BFAP just explained actually earlier is where the implementation comes in. Those KPIs and all those list of things that he showed, that needs to be and will be done in the future by a company called Red Meat Industry Services, which is in the process of being registered. That is also the company that will be collecting the statutory levy for red meat in the future. The current setup or the current RMIF, Red Meat Industry Forum, as it currently exists, will still remain, but only as a discussion forum, and we foresee that that specific forum will change into a round table, which actually forms part of the whole idea of the agricultural master plan. What the Red Meat Industry Services will specifically do is where, soos die Afrikaner, waar die tekkie die teer slaan, where the tekkie hits the tar, there where the things needs to be done. That is implementation, that's what the Red Meat Industry Services company will then focus on. The role players, the cluster which you mentioned just now, will be directors. They'll all nominate a director with an independent chairperson, and they will manage from there whatever needs to happen and give some direction with regards to what has to happen. Yeah, it's going to be very direct, and I think this company will engage obviously with Ruvasa as well. Other than the normal industry bodies, the National Animal Health Forum is a very big and a huge role player in this. They will exist, keep on existing, and obviously add as an assistance to what's happening on the ground with regards to what needs to happen. So yeah, we're very excited. It kicks off as soon as the statutory levy is approved, but then formally it will come into effect 5 November this year, when the previous statutory levy will lapse.
Okay, I think any last questions from the floor? Or do you think, Johan?
Sorry that I'm talking again, but I probably have the privilege of being the vet in the smallest town in South Africa, or the smallest town in South Africa with a vet. Looking at some of the graphs and listening to what everybody has said and actually summarizing what I've seen and heard this week, we still sit with a big elephant in the room, and that is that there are no vets in the rural areas, especially in the small stock areas. I mean, we're like 300 kilos apart some places. There are just not enough private vets to do all the work. And I just wonder if part of this strategy shouldn't include finding a way of collaborating and establishing veterinarians in smaller areas that can be viable, maybe a sort of a franchise idea. I remember when Dave Quinlivan was here many, many years ago, they talked about a veterinary club that was formed in an area where the users of the veterinary services plus other services that are parallel to that formed a club to establish a practice and to help this practice go. And of course, going with that would be paid work for some of the state-controlled diseases, etc., in the future, which currently doesn't exist. But I really think that if we've got the higher producing areas well serviced, but in the rural, small stock areas, I mean, the vets are just way too few.
Johan, yes, thank you. I think it's, Gerard, it's, I think on page 212 up to 225 of your document. That's in detail there, you know, so we're busy working on that, and that's included in the whole program. Gerard, I hope you're not going to rewrite the whole document, all 500 pages, but yeah, it's also nice reading material. I think we're going to break. We're 3 minutes and 25 seconds overtime here. We're going to break for time. It's quite a long tea time, half an hour. Go and enjoy your last tea. Go and chat to the guys at the different pharmaceutical companies. And please be back at in half an hour. Fafa will ring his bell. And then, yeah, please don't disappear. The whole program will be finished by 2 o'clock this afternoon. Thank you for your time.
Yeah. Hello. Those of you that's around already, please can we take our seats? Okay, I'm going to introduce our next speaker to you. You've met him yesterday when he was chairing the one sitting. Dr. Sven Parson, he practiced as a clinical veterinarian before completing his MSc in veterinary tropical diseases at OP and a PhD in medical biochemistry at the University of Stellenbosch. And for the past 11 years, he has worked as an academic researcher at the Stellenbosch University and has co-authored 65 peer-reviewed articles, primarily on the etiology, epidemiology, and diagnosis of tuberculosis in a wide variety of domestic and wildlife species. And he's recently been appointed as the Research and Development Manager at AgriVet Business Management. Thank you, Sven.
Thanks, Marika. All right, so my topic is quite different to everything else that's been presented at the meeting so far. Chris asked me to speak about critical evaluation of research data. I have nothing sort of definitive to say about this. This is quite a personal take on thinking about critical evaluation, and especially, of course, of data. So the starting slide says, don't believe everything you think, and I think that's probably the take-home message. So I've divided the talk into three sections. The first part is what I've called the problem, and I'm just going to talk a little bit about why it is that we can't just take data at face value, especially published data or data that's presented to you that is trying to sell something. So I'm going to talk about conscious biases, unconscious or cognitive biases, and the imperfect scientific review process that occurs. I'm very briefly going to touch on the scientific method because that tells us something about how we need to critically evaluate the data. And then I'm going to go through some just very basic thoughts or tips on what I think is the first place to start in thinking about data when you are looking at it. All right, so the first conscious bias I want to talk about is social or political bias. The bloke on the left there is Galileo. He was the first recorded scientist to describe the fact that the Earth went around the sun and not the other way around. And of course, he was excommunicated from the church and was sentenced to burn in hell for eternity. And sometimes it does feel like when one does veterinary science in South Africa, you are eternally condemned. But the point being that we all practice science and research in a social and political environment which affects what we do and how we do it. That second cartoon is a scientist who's saying, yes, a trivial observation, but fodder for at least 5 papers. And the point I want to make there is that, again, there's a vested interest in publication for academics. It's important for academics for their advancement in their careers. Universities receive financial support from governments and from funding bodies, and that's based on publication. So there are these vested interests. Of course, the economic interests are there, driving the publication of data. Vested interests of companies, such as a great example is the cigarette industry, and more recently the opioid industry. For some reason, a couple of years ago, I became unnaturally fascinated with the really sad opioid epidemic in the States and how that has been influenced by industry. And on the right, this is probably something that isn't familiar to you, but it's a hot topic in the discussion on academic publications, is the profitability of academic publishing. So publishing houses are under, there's a huge vested interest in publications. There's a massive profit in that. So the whole environment is geared to pushing out publications, whether there's truth to them or not. Okay, now cognitive biases. Elon Musk tweeted this before he bought Twitter. So this is the end of last year. He tweeted, he says that these should be taught to all at a young age. And I don't know how importantly he ranks teaching about cognitive biases to children compared to other teachings. I'm not going to go into great detail about the different cognitive biases, but these are basically shortcuts in the way we think as humans, which more often than not takes us to the wrong conclusion. And a lot of what the scientific methodology is to try and bypass these cognitive biases. So as an example, I just want to use this example from a movie called Sideways. If you haven't seen Sideways, I thoroughly recommend it. It's a very, very funny movie. And in the movie, Miles, who's the guy on the right, as they're about to go into a wine tasting bar, he says he's not going to drink the Merlot. He says it quite emphatically, and it's a very funny scene. But it's been shown that this is definitively linked to a massive drop in the amount of Merlot sales in the United States. And also during the movie, he talks about how wonderful Pinot Noir is. And there was a concomitant increase in Pinot Noir drinking. So these are examples of authority bias and bandwagon effect. These are some of the cognitive biases that affect the way we make decisions. And it's very important for us to be mindful of the fact that we have fatal flaws as humans in our rational thinking. And then just another, maybe just a comment on peer review. It's important not to think that peer review is a perfect art. Very often, non-experts are asked to review a paper for journals, and that's for all journals. So it's not to say at all that just because of the fact that the data that's been produced and presented has been peer-reviewed, that it is definitively true. So I'm not going to go into much detail here. You all know about the scientific the scientific method, excuse me. Maybe just to highlight that the first step there is ask a question, because when I come to thinking about data, I'm going to come back to that. All right, so I've just got a few slides on what I think are very easy tips to think about data when you're presented with it. And the first thing I think one needs to do is to ask oneself, what is the research question? And it sounds very easy, but very often it's buried away and one jumps to other parts of the paper or the data that's being presented without asking yourself, what is the question that these people are trying to ask? Once you've focused on that, you can quite easily then ask yourself, well, is there a reasonable rationale for asking this question? And what would the reasonable approach be to answering the question? So out of that focused research question comes your interrogation of the methods that have been used. I'm not going into any detail about methods because very often they are very specific for a field. They are very often unintelligible to most of us. And at that part, there's obviously a bit of trust that needs to be, that you need. Right, I'm not going to speak much about statistics, but I did think I would highlight a couple of what I think are interesting and useful take-home messages. So the first of all is that we all know that a low p-value is a good thing. Okay, but a p-value does not prove anything. Okay, it does not prove that a hypothesis is true. The p-value has got to do with the sampling, the sample that was taken, and the probability that the result of a test is not due to a random effect. And one little bit of information that I thought I would share is we're all very, very well familiar with this bell curve of a population. So we know if you've got a population of adults and we look at their heights, the majority of people will have an average height, and there will be some people that are very tall and some people that are very short. But this bell curve also relates to sampling. So if you have 1,000 people and you sample 100 of them and you repeat that sample many times over, most of the samples that you take will fall within the average, and a few of those samples that you take are going to fall at the extremes. So on some occasions, you're going to just randomly sample all the short people, and your sample is going to be skewed to the left. So the p-value is telling you that the lower the p-value means that there's the lower probability that you've sampled one of these extreme ends of the population. So the p-value is affected by sample size and the magnitude of effect. So the next slide will illustrate that. Okay. The other thing to say is that setting the p-value at 0.05 is a completely arbitrary convention. So there's nothing magical about 0.05. It's just been adopted over time. So depending on the question that's being asked and the biological the biological context of the question, a lower or higher p-value may be appropriate, and you may still be able to evaluate that data looking at a different p-value. All right, so coming back to the sample size, there's 2 points I want to make with this slide. The one is that the average of a sample is not really a very interesting value, because the average of a sample may have nothing to do with the average of the total population that you're interested in. Okay? The confidence interval is the more interesting band or range. And I think this graph illustrates very nicely that the larger the sample size, the narrower that confidence interval. So if you read a paper or you're presented with data and two averages of a population are compared, ideally they should give you the confidence interval that median or mean falls within, because that confidence interval is going to be much, much more valuable to you. And the 95% confidence interval is a range of values that you can be pretty certain that the true mean of the population falls within that range. So here are some examples of comparing two groups with the confidence interval. If you look at the graph number B, you'll see that those two means, or the two orange dots, on one hand could be interpreted to be fairly far apart and would appear that there's a difference between those groups. But if you look at the confidence interval, you'll see that overlap is indicating that you can't truly deduce a difference between the two groups. So the only takeaway point I want to make here is that when you evaluate data and you're presented with a mean or an average, ask, well, first of all, the confidence interval should be provided, but look at the confidence interval. That's the more important data. All right, so the third take-home tip is look at graphs for misrepresentation. Okay, so this is a classic one. I mean, I've seen it in literally the highest impact factor journals. So that's the the journals that are most difficult to get into, and you'll still see people manipulating data to try and convince you about something. So there are 5 different, there are many different ways of manipulating data. These are 5 of the top ways that I've come across. So omitting the baseline, manipulating the y-axis, cherry-picking data, using the wrong graph, and going against convention. I'm only going to talk about, I've only got 2 examples here. So the graph on the left and the right are showing the same data. First of all, familiarize yourself with the axes. You can see that the graph on the left is starting at 50. It's exaggerating the differences between those populations. And the graph on the right is more correctly starting at 0, and giving a much more relevant visual comparison of the data. Okay, so make sure when you look at your graphs that you feel that the graphical representation is correct. This you would think of as obvious, but we're visual creatures, so we take in a lot of what we understand about data visually. So critically evaluate if you feel that the data has been correctly represented. So that's an obvious example of one. I think Chris somebody talked about the difference between correlation and causation. I think this is a big one, because a study can be designed fantastically, the stats can be great. You show that 2 variables are correlated, and then the conclusion is that there's a causal relationship between these correlated variables. So that really is a fallacy. It could be, or they could both be correlated with another variable that you haven't looked at, or it could be completely arbitrary. Correlation is a good start. It gives you an indication that there may be something to look at. But you really need a lot of other data and supporting data and reproduced data to show that there's a true causation and a cause and effect. Right, so that's as much as I want to say. First of all, I think you must be skeptical. Be aware that our thought processes are not necessarily trying to trick us, but they've evolved for very specific applications, and rational thought is not always one of them. So again, focus on what the question is in the study. The p-value is not about the truth of the outcome, it's about the probability. To my mind, the confidence interval is more important than the mean. Beware of graphical representation, and importantly, correlation is not equal to causation. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sven. Is there any questions for Sven? Okay. Can I please introduce our next speaker? While Rian is coming to the front. Rian obtained his veterinary degree in 1991, and then he settled in Bultfontein in the Free State, and that's where we met. Very few of you will probably know, but I worked for Rian. And it was amazing to learn from him. And especially in that time, he was still busy just finishing his MBA, which he acquired from University of the Free State cum laude, might I say. And he was very keen on sharing his knowledge, as he is still. So he then went on to become part of he went on to Intervet in 2005 and was product manager in ruminants, the business unit at MSD Sharing Plough for the Sub-Saharan African exports, and in 2011 to 2013, he was president of SAVA, and then he took the responsibility with the then new concept of the One Health, and since then he's executive manager at new business development of AfriVet.
Thank you, Marika. Yeah, I'm going to talk a bit about our future in the VUCA world, which means our future in a very, very complex world. However, I must just make a few statements. And Dewald is not here. He's probably still being loud out there. But never ever before have a table been laid for me, for my topic. And have I been set up for a topic like Dewald set me up in his closing remarks when the panel was sitting here. And I hope you heard what he said. I hope the hair on your arms and at the back of your neck stood up when you heard what he was saying. I hope you took in what he was saying. I hope you realized the unbelievable bigness of what he was saying. Does anybody remember what he said? He said, credibility is the most important of everything. And I believe, Fafa, he referred to the vets in the room. Your credibility needs to be above reproach. Vets has to be the trust anchor of the red meat industry. Vets are the credible resource the industry has to go to. And then, the trust in and amongst you as veterinarians should be the whole driving force of the implementation of the process going forward. Credibility and trust. Now I'm asking you, do you believe you have credibility? Do you believe you are a trusted person? And that's what we're going to deep dive in a bit today. Because you have to be a trusted, professional, credible advisor in the context of an unbelievably fast-changing world, where you do not know who your competitors are going to be 2 years from now. So let's deep dive a bit into this. So what does VUCA mean? I know Chris always said it's a Zulu word that means what? Stand up. How appropriate. Stand up. Be trustable. Be professional. But VUCA is a word that was coined by the US Army, the generals of the US Army that fought in the Afghanistan war, that ended very tragically with a politician making a decision last year. And after probably 30 years, a lot of lives was lost and nothing was achieved. But those generals coined this word. And what happened is, when they fought Russia in Afghanistan, they knew exactly who the enemy was. Then about 20 years ago, Russia gave up and they withdrew. Do you remember? From the Afghanistan war arena. But suddenly the war escalated, became totally out of hand. And the Americans thought they knew who the enemy was. Suddenly, they didn't know. Suddenly they were fighting people who they thought were their allies. And it became totally dear mekaar. People who were allies were fighting each other. And that's where they said, this is so complex. This is so uncertain. This is so volatile. We do not understand what is going on here. And they coined this word. And basically it just means that we are living and this has now been coined by business, we are living in a very volatile, fast-changing world now, with a lot of uncertainty, a lot of complexity, and a lot of ambiguity. And within that, you need to position yourself strategically. But you cannot do SWOT analysis anymore. You cannot do pest analysis anymore. While you will be swatting and pesting, your competition will be 70 miles in front of you if they are agile. We need to become agile in this deurmekaar VUCA world. So what drives this? Volatility is being driven by this nature of this change that has now become second nature. It is very dynamic. The speed of change is unbelievable. The rate of change. When you think something has changed and this is now the new normal, no, then it changes again. And that rate is increasing. The uncertainty, because we cannot predict things anymore. There are all these potential sudden surprises hitting us from the side with unknown impacts and unknown outcomes. Everything is complex. Our problems are getting more and more complex because there are all these interdependencies between people who did not know each other, now suddenly have to work together. All these different disciplines, all these different organizations, all with their own opinions. And we have to work together to solve a problem. This makes it very complex. And the ambiguity, which is driven and becomes to the fore when there's an unclear course. Where are we going? There's no clear vision. Unclear actions. What should we do? We should do this. No, we should do this. Unclear aims. And that's why something like the amps that was put up here is so important. A plan to get somewhere, a binding vision. So if we don't have enough knowledge of the situation, we even have less predictability of what the actions should be and what the outcome of those actions will be. And there you can see VUCA, volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. Now remember, we're not talking about one person. We are talking about a plethora of persons who each might either have very low understanding of either the situation, the knowledge, the information, and the outcomes of what they want to do will achieve, or they might think they've got very high knowledge, a lot of knowledge of they understand the problem, and if we do ABC, we will get there. But then around the table in this VUCA world are people who might have very low understanding. They might think they've got a lot of high understanding of how they see it, and they think you have a low understanding of the issue. And suddenly, we are in a total complex situation. And somebody needs to facilitate that. Somebody needs to put a clear vision there. Somebody needs to pull these people together. And that means somebody has to have some kind of new leadership attitude in him or herself. And there you can see, if there are more stakeholders, more people, more opinions, more institutions, more organizations around the table, as well as the understanding and the complexity of the problem being more difficult, you can see that the complexity increases. There could be political things that makes it more complex, but the most important thing is, top right-hand corner, the more people with the more opinions there are, and the more complex the problem is, the more wicked the problem becomes. A wicked problem is not necessarily an evil problem, but it is a problem that causes severe chaos. COVID. So many opinions, so many people, so many organizations, and there's global chaos. COVID is a wicked problem. And there, just to sum up, why does a problem become a wicked problem? Because it's difficult to define. It is socially very complex. Some people are devastated while others don't feel it. There are so many multiple stakeholders, each with their own opinions. The issues are interconnected, and we don't always know where those connections are dotted and go to. The data is contradictory, or the data doesn't even get together. It's not even centralized. We spoke about this the past few days. The solutions might be very costly, and there might not be resources to implement. The solution cannot be tested and trialed because of the speed of having to implement. Solutions may cause new problems of their own. And there's no end to the timeline. We don't know when this will end. And therefore, a problem like COVID could be considered as a wicked problem. And this has been written about from 1967, but has come to the fore in the past few years. Who is going to facilitate? Who is going to pull all these people together? Who is going to give guidance? Who is going to lead? What attitude, what character does that person who is looked at to lead have to have? Who is the leader? In Bultfontein, who now doesn't have a vet. In your town. In the department, Sean. In this whole red meat industry, Gerard. In your town, in your department, in your company, who is the person that is going to lead in a VUCA situation, in a VUCA world? So how do you turn VUCA around? How do you start to make sense about all this deurmekaarness? To get any sense, or to get people unfocused, take their focus, well, there's probably no focus, but to take this divergent focus away from all the volatility, somebody needs to stand up and say, there's a vision, there's something we're working towards, there's something we want to achieve. Let us focus on where we will end rather than on our different opinions. Let's focus on the end point. Somebody needs to become a visionary around the table. The uncertainty. Somebody needs to say, let's try and get all the data together. Let's try and consolidate. Let's ask the researchers as quickly as possible to give us answers. But please do not get analysis paralysis. Don't overthink the thing. Nick Cernik, big feedlotter, big figure in the red meat industry. And Gerard told me, Nick Serfontein used to say, if I have 49% of the answers or the information, I make a decision. In a VUCA world, you can't wait until everybody thinks that they understand everything, and now everybody is happy. We need to move faster, but we need to, in some extent, change the uncertainty to understanding the problem. The complexity. Through that, try to see the things that we do know, the 49% that we now do understand. Make it clear, and everybody around the table, make them understand that, and make sure that they understand that. And in terms of ambiguity, be agile. Agile buzzword simply means you implement, you test, you look, you understand it's working, no, it's not working, new plan. It's that infinity sign, agility. Fast implementation. If it doesn't work, monitor, evaluate, change if necessary, as quickly as possible. So, let's look at the 5 C's of a person who could be a VUCA leader, bringing clarity, vision, trying to sort out the uncertainty. A VUCA leader is curious at a scientific level, about issues, about situations, but also a VUCA leader is curious about the person on the other side of the table. A VUCA leader is curious as to, Theo, why do you think? What? Why do you have that viewpoint? A VUCA leader doesn't fight and say from the start, Theo, yes, sir. Nee man. Nee, net omdat ek daai kant toe Chris, wat ook al. A VUCA leader tries to understand. He's curious as to why do people think the way they think. Because in that, he gets the solution. Oh, that's why Chris thinks like he Chris. Or Peter. Let's discuss this, okay? So he's curious also about why people think like they think. A VUCA leader is a compassionate person. He has compassion for himself, for the team, for the stakeholders, and for society. It's not about the money in his pocket. It is about solving the problem and about sustainability, about the future, about food security. There's the bigger picture. Conviction. After that clarity, he's the person that has the ability to stand up and give a convicting, clarifying vision and say, that is where we're going to go. In this report this morning, 12 billion rands worth of GDP generation out of red meat industry, that is where we're going to go. Clarifying vision. Courage to then follow through and lead the others with him. And collaboration. It's been said over and over these past 3 days. There needs to be collaboration. Now, collaboration is not mere cooperation. It's not mere accommodating the other one's vision, but we're actually going to do what I think we do. It involves mutual development. All of you developing towards the vision, learning from each other, recognition of multiple diverse perspectives, having great respect, even though, Theo, and I'm not singling you out, but just because I used you, after we've spoken and I understand you and you understand me, we still have great respect for each other. Might not agree, but still keep that respect and reverence around the table. And this actually comes down to the leader that leads somebody in a complex and a VUCA situation is in the newest literature being called a bridge building leader. It's the person that sits there and says, we've got this complex problem. Who needs to be around this table? Who needs to be in the network? Who needs to solve as a team the problems? Oh, I need to. And he has the network. And then he builds bridges to every person and he brings them all together. That's a bridge building leader. The trust that you as veterinarians have, or that we have in you, and you will have amongst each other, should be the driving force that will drive the implementation of this whole process forward. Dewald Olivier, 11th of May 2022, Port Elizabeth. Trust. You were identified this morning as the people who the role players around the table has decided to lead this process. Did that penny drop? A bridge building leader builds trust. Everything below this actually refers to how do you build trust. You demonstrate care and cognitive emotional empathy. I'll get to that. Let's just quickly go through because I've got a formula that explains all of this. Empowers other. You create opportunities for the other, but you empower everybody to take part and to grow in this. Fosters dialogue, understanding. Listens more than he talks. Build shared purpose. The French said raison d'être. Serving a cause bigger than yourself. Why are you here? Why are you doing what you're doing? Finding that cause and binding everybody around the table to achieve that cause and to have that raison d'être. Nurtures community, network integration. Pursues excellence. Credibility and reliability. Your credibility should be above all reproach. Vets are the credible resource we want to turn to. So, and to be agile. A bridge building leader is an agile person that can adapt very quickly, engage all the stakeholders. Let's finish off. A book written by Meister et al. Called The Trusted Advisor in 2010 around, said, the professional, as he progresses through his career, will have 4 levels of client relationships, and he has to grow into the 4th one, which is called the trust-based. Are we trust-based? Are we the trusted professionals that the people around the table this morning asked us to be? So how do you become a trust-based person? So there's a formula from this book that states, trust, your trust index, you can measure your own or score yourself of how trusted you are, consists of the sum of your credibility. Hello? It consists, you give yourself a point out of 10 for your credibility, together with your reliability, together with your professional intimacy. So let's just stay there before we go to the denominator. Credibility. Yes, all of us did go to the same school as was said this morning and learned the same stuff. But not everybody has the same credibility. Because credibility is not only about the paper in the rampie against the wall. Credibility has to do with the way you speak, the way you respect, the way you dress. Credibility is much more than just having the paper that gives you the title of DR doctor. Reliability, it's about your constancy and your consistency. Meaning your constancy of character. Doctor, if you are one day the most friendly person on the planet and the next day the most grumpy, that is not constancy of personality. That is not constancy. of character. But that is combined with consistency. The consistent manner in which you delivers on what you promises. Consistency and constancy create reliability. Professional intimacy, it's that care and empathy. However, the denominator is self-focus. It's about me and me alone. A self-focused person do not listen 2 times more than he talks. A self-focused person is not respectful to the others around the table. And that's why that's a denominator. So if you are not respectful of the others, if you are not listening to their viewpoints, an active listener, you will have a high score there, and it will detract on your trust. The older ones of you will know that 10, 11 years ago, I went around the country and I taught extensively on this, and I can still do it. So if there are people interested to deep dive into trust-based professionalism, please contact me. We can redo those series of lectures. Margaret Wheatley says, in these troubled, uncertain times, we don't need more command and control. Thou shalt, and this is how it will work, and we will only do this. We need better means to engage everyone's intelligence, talents around the table in solving the challenges and crises as and when they arrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Rian. Is there any questions for Rian? That was quite a mouthful. And I think we definitely have to revisit those trust-based leadership course of yours. I would like to call on the poster presenters. We have 3 posters that's been presented. The time is going to be for 15 minutes each. So I will give you guys a hand when the 15 minutes is over and the next person can come in. Are they present in the hall yet? Can you come forward, please? Will you please just introduce yourselves and just give us a background and then the poster? Thank you.
Hi guys, sorry. We seem to have a situation on who's going first. It started when we started emails already, so I'll just take the first step then. Thank you. So I'm Andri Strauss. I work for Communique, and today I'll be talking about zinc again. So I hope they're pulling up my presentation now. There you go. So the title is not zinc again, it's zinc again. Think about zinc again. Yeah. So I'm asking a question that we should maybe look into rethinking zinc supplementation. And I think lots of guys that know us already know that we always talk about minerals and we never stop, and we will never stop because there's a lot more to say. So yeah, thank you. You can go on. Oh, I have the thing to do the next slide. Thank you so much. So I'm asking the question that it's not what you do, but why you do it. And all of us sitting here do this because we love animals and we love people. I hope you love people as well, really do. But specifically looking at this presentation, why do we actually supplement zinc? And we do it to support reproduction, to support digestibility, immunity, vitamin A storage and utilization, I like that little fact, I always put it in, and for epithelial health. So who of you knows the amount of zinc needed per day to support reproductive functions in animals? Okay, more or less 33 ppm. So we work on ppm levels. So keep that in mind going forward now. So do animals get enough zinc in the veld? I must say, assumption from my side is that most of you guys work with veld animals a lot, being the rural vets. And I'm making a statement saying that no, most of our veld animals are subclinically deficient. Why do I say that? This is a map we got from Prof. Janus van Ruysen at the University of Free State. And this shows the zinc levels in topsoil throughout South Africa. Most important part here, the dark green levels is the okay levels. And there's not a lot of that. So South African soils tend to be zinc deficient. And the reason why the pap meal is there is I just wanted to make sure everyone had some nice pap this morning, just to see if you had breakfast. But it goes more. There's more behind it. Sorry. Okay. So you also know that we fortify our maize meal with minerals. One of them is zinc. Why do we do that? Okay, so if soil levels has a level of 3.8 ppm zinc, we expect our maize grain to contain 18 ppm zinc, which is sufficient for plant growth. But they have found that zinc levels in maize is only between 13 and 15 ppm. So the maize shows us that there's a zinc deficiency. And we also know this because why? Most of our fertilizers contains extra zinc, so to support plant growth. Okay, the veld assumptions, and this is an assumption, is between 15 and 20 ppm. It depends on the pH of the soil, on the grass maturity, and the type of soil that the grass is planted in. I say this is an assumption because there's no hard data to back specific levels that we have, such as in maize. There just isn't enough data, and it's such a wide topic to discuss, you can never pinpoint something exactly. But we have found that it's between 15 and 20 ppm. Knowing this, what do we want? 33 ppm, eh? So we're deficient. Okay, this is a very nice study, and I'm sorry that I can't move around more. So this study was done on 40 animals, where they supplemented the animals with 40 ppm of zinc, of which 17 ppm came from the background levels, and they added 23 ppm from zinc sulfate, so external added. And what they did is they fed them for about 28 days, and they did blood analysis to determine, as soon as all the animals reached a sufficient state, they said, okay, these animals are has sufficient zinc in their blood. We know blood is not always the best parameter to look at. They actually had to look at livers as well, but this wasn't done in this study. Then they took out the extra added zinc. So it's not a zinc depleted diet, so it's not no zinc. They just took out the added zinc with basal levels of 17 ppm of zinc. And they deemed the animals deficient the moment 50% of the animals got to a point where they had a reduction in feed to gain ratio of 50%. It took them only 18 days. So you have enough zinc in your body stored to support your efficient production for about, let's say, 18 to 20 days. After that, you have animals deficient in zinc. Why is this important? This shows that what do we do, especially for instance with cattle? We throw them in the veld over summer and think they are fine. We throw them in the veld over winter and hopefully give them a winter lick. Most of your clients, do they actually give a winter lick? Do they give enough winter lick? They have a subclinical zinc deficiency. Last slide, second last one, because I didn't want to keep you guys busy for too long. This is a very interesting study that's been done that shows epithelial health when supplementing zinc. So you'll hear us a lot in the field. We run around and tell you guys, oh, go higher zinc, and we get excited about that. Why do we say higher levels than normally recommended? And studies like these actually support what we say. We won't just say it because we want to sell more. I promise you, we don't want to waste any of our products. Okay. So in this study, they fed feedlot animals extra zinc. So they had the normal premix level as the animals usually get. And they added a 60 ppm zinc on top of that. So they actually had a high level of zinc. And afterwards, they scored the lungs, and the 3 scores were either no lesions, or small lesions, or large lesions. And you will all know Professor Leon Pruzeski, so he helped us with lesion scoring as well. And what they found is that the animals that were supplemented with extra zinc showed less large lesions. So this is not yet scientifically the p-value, there's no p-value. We swear now. Yeah, this is ongoing research. There's still repeats going on. So yeah, so they found that less large lesions. This shows that the epithelial health was good enough to help the animal prevent lung infections go into large lesions where abattoirs have to condemn the lungs. So this is very nice data showing that higher levels of zinc might actually be beneficial. What is my take-home message? And that's the end. And my take-home message here is that do keep in mind that lots of times you see certain symptoms or you think an animal is fine, but the probability is there that that animal is subclinically deficient in zinc, and we've seen that it decreases the feed-to-gain ratio, the efficiency of that animal. And with all this nice, very hype going on about sustainability and all the feed prices and everything, just make sure and talk to the nutritionist and talk to your farmer and make sure that your animals actually do get nice and proper zinc supplementation. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Nyele Timanganyin Tabankulu. I'm a state vet. I work for Dr. Ta. I'm a state vet in East London. I recently graduated in 2015. I worked for Dalrad, I worked for GDAD, and then now I'm currently with Dr. Ta. And I'm an MSc graduate, so what I will be presenting is related, or rather based on my study. Can I get the presentation, please? Okay, so the name, or rather the topic of my presentation is comparing other health risk factors in cattle belonging to small-scale farmers in Amatole and Sidibeng districts. So I just want to start with like a small paragraph relating to this study, or rather why I wanted to perform this study. So in South Africa, according to Dalrad stats, there are about 50,000 commercial farmers, 240,000 emerging farmers, 3 million communal farmers, 100 commercial feedlots, and 431 abattoirs making up the South African beef industry. But there was also a time whereby, between 2016 and 2018, whereby the demand of beef was big, but there was not enough beef for the rest of the country, and eventually the prices of beef went up. So consumers had to use other alternatives of protein. And the stats further say that there are about 3 million cattle in Eastern Cape compared to Gauteng, where there's like 246,000. That is according to the Dalrad stats. So why is other health important in this case? I don't choose this. Okay, cool. So the introduction is small-scale farmers face several challenges such as animal diseases and lack skills, which might contribute to insufficient production in the sector. So just like any other farmer, farmers face a lot of different challenges, but the question is, why do we know that we have a lot of animals in the emerging communal or rural areas, but why are we still struggling to, provide enough food for our own country? Udder health is increasingly acknowledged as a way of producing safe and healthy milk for calf growth and human consumption for food security. So the importance of udder, like having the healthy udder, is not only important for the calf alone, but also important for us as humans, because without calves, there's no source of protein from cattle, and without a healthy milk, we won't have calves and healthy cows. So a lot of cows don't even reach the weaning stage because they die you know. If left untreated, other diseases may cause major losses to farmers. And we already know that in the dairy industry, mastitis is a major problem. But now we have a lot of studies of, you know, other health that mainly focus on dairy cattle, which is obvious because they are dairy. But now the focus for my study was what is happening in the farmers, which also help us in, you know, beef. During the time of our study, we realized that there's limited literature. That's why we conducted the study. So, okay. The aim and objectives was to investigate and compare the prevalence of other health problems in cattle belonging to small-scale farmers in Amatole and Sidibeng. And then for the basis of this Congress, I'm only looking at the udder and other parenchyma damage, looking at the ticks and the injuries, like general injuries. And then also subclinical mastitis, we're just gonna touch on that. We didn't really go deep into that. So the study was conducted in Eastern Cape and Gauteng. The districts are Sidibeng from Gauteng and Eastern Cape, Amatole in Eastern Cape, as already mentioned. The design was divided into three. There was a farmer survey where, sorry for the spelling, where we were trying to get the background information from the farmers as to why are they farming, what is the main reason. And interestingly, even though some of you guys will already know that in the rural areas, it's mainly for traditional purposes, you know, people don't actually, a lot of farmers still don't see farming as business. So most of them are just animal keepers, you know. And then other assessments where we were actually assessing the condition of the udder, just looking at the udder alone, and milk sampling. So with the milk sampling, all the animals that were lactating, we collected samples to do a CMCT and bacteriology and the somatic cell count as well. And then for bacteriology, when the samples were positive for bacteria, then we also did an antimicrobial test just for interest purposes. So these are the number of farmers that we came up with. The target was to do 30 per district, and then if the farmer has got more than 50 cows, then we would do 10% of the head, and then there was obviously random selection to avoid biasness. But then eventually we came up with 22 and 24 farmers per district, and then the total number of animals was 69 and 79. So this is just a diagram just to show what we were looking at as already explained. So ticks, lesions, and these lesions, the main thing was to find out what is causing them. Then milk sampling, as I've already explained. And then we also found that there were a lot of inactive quarters. So these are just the results. So among the 65.2% of cows with other lesions in Amatole, 75.6% of the lesions were nodules. What is causing these nodules? Could it be ticks or something else? In our study, we just found that it's all related to ticks. In Sidibeng, 27.8% of cows had chronic parenchyma lesions, and 45% of lesions were wounds, you know, cuts, you know, and followed by a combination of nodules. So there were not a lot of nodules in Sidibeng. There was a significant difference in the two districts. These are just pictures just to show the cuts that we're talking about, and which were mainly found in Sidibeng. And this is what was found in one of the areas in Amatole. So it's just surprising how one can leave a lesion to get to that far. There was also a significant difference in the number of inactive quarters found in the two districts. There were a lot of inactive quarters found in Amatole compared to Sidibeng. And the total prevalence of cows with other tick burden was greater in Amatole, as I've already mentioned. Then these are some of the pictures. You can already see that there are two ticks on that quarter, or rather teeth opening there. And then these are some of the pictures and just to show the nodules that we're referring to. Okay. This is just a diagram presenting all the results that I've mentioned. And then when it comes to antimicrobial resistance, most of the pathogens that were found were the non-Staphylococcus species and the Staphylococcus aureus species, and then the Staphylococcus aureus was resistant to penicillin G in CDBing and oxytetracycline, and in Amatole it was mainly the oxytetracyclines. And then in conclusion, we realized that other health problems in cows were more prevalent in Amatole. So in both districts, that was still a problem, but it was more prevalent in Amatole than in CDBing, and the ticks were the major contributor. And farmers in Amatole were probably less skilled when it comes to other health management, and more training on tick control measures should be prioritized in Amatole. Farmer compliance could also be a problem because we know that there are services, especially from the state, that are provided for farmers, but sometimes not all farmers comply, or rather they don't really cooperate with the state or even the private vet, whoever is offering them with the services. It is also recommended to the farmers to at least eliminate in a form of culling the cows with poor udder conformation and irreversible udder damages. And the recommendations on further studies is to do a study which investigates such issues in other districts, and also to link the poor udder health status with calf growth. But I was also happy to hear that, I think on day one, someone reminded us about the value of a calf at the winning stage. They said something about it costs about 8,000 rands. So in the study already, about 6 farmers had lost 6 calves before the winning stage. So when I calculated that, it was about 48,000 already. So it just shows that if maybe the perception can change when looking at the animals, you know, moving from being an animal keeper to actually farming, maybe people will realize the value of their stock and also probably start taking it seriously. But there are probably other issues that are affecting them, but based on the study, we just realized that, you know what, there are measures to control ticks, and farmers are also responsible, you know, to be compliant and be cooperative. These are just the references. And acknowledgements to my supervisors, the chair of AfriVet chair of primary animal health care, UP, GIRA, Dr. Daya, the farmers from both the provinces. Thank you.
Is it on? Yes, okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Frans Hag. I'm the technical manager for Allied Nutrition. It's a small South African company. We're based in Pretoria, and we source different additives all over the world. We look for the funny things, interesting things that keeps us humble. So, sorry. So this is actually a project that I started 2017, and being an animal nutritionist, a rumen nutritionist, I'm not a vet. But one of the things that part made, but if we have this increase in resistance of the ticks against the parasites, is there anything we can do? And I stumbled upon a product, a very natural product, a garlic-based product, which they use in the horse industry to assist in repelling flies. Now, it's always difficult to put a money value to repelling flies. It's a little bit easier to put a money value to repelling ticks. So that's where the process started. So I'm not going to spend too much time on tick resistance against the parasites. I think you should be more familiar than what I am on this topic. But just for one example, your microplast, your Asian blue tick, we know there's resistance also in South Africa. So is there any other tools in the toolbox that we can also use to try to control the ticks a little bit better? Okay, just some publications. So why would one use garlic? It's a normal product you get in the kitchen. And some of the work that was done 2015 by Nchu, so what he did was he just took different concentrates of garlic oil, put it on the top part of the glass rod, okay, and put ticks on the bottom. And the higher the concentration of garlic oil, the more the garlic oil repelled the ticks and kept the ticks at the bottom. Okay, very simple lab test, but still, I think if you look at the line, as the concentration increases, the repellency effect also increases. There's other work done in 2017 where they dip cattle, like we use in normal caricides, with different concentrations of garlic. And even at 5% or 10% of garlic oil, we already saw about a 74% efficacy in either repelling the ticks or kill them. Okay, they just counted the ticks before and afterwards. So the idea of using ticks or garlic as part of your tick program is not that far-fetched. This is work done in Brazil, where they put a mixture of garlic and sulfur in the animal feed, and over a 5-month period, they counted the ticks, and every second week they put new Asian blue ticks on the calves. What was interesting for me to see is firstly the number of engorged females ticks was significantly reduced. Okay, so there's no dipping, just garlic in the feed. The weight of the engorged female ticks were significantly reduced, and as a consequence of your egg production was also slightly lower. Okay, so try to add something more with tick control. So that's where Garlium, this is a product that I tested, and I'm still testing it, see if I get more answers on all the questions we have. It's a very simple product. It's garlic oil, garlic powder, and salt. There's no funny things in there. Mix it. It's manufactured in Spain, but it's a highly concentrated product. So one of the trials that we did, it was a commercial trial. It was really shot in the dark. That was my first study that I did up in just out of Mokgopong. What's it, Naboom, I think. And in the peak tick season, that's Feb, March 2017, and I just tested the control group against 3 different inclusion levels, not knowing what I'm going to see. And I was quite amazed. We counted and identified the ticks over certain days, day 1, 7, 14, 21, I think 42 and 64. And it was interesting to see, even at different inclusion levels of the garlic-based product, Garlium, we saw there was less ticks attached to the animal. So for the blue line, there's a control, and then the 0.5 grams of product per animal per day, 1.5 and 4 grams of Garlium per animal per day. We also looked at the bond tick, the other one that caused a lot of trouble in especially that area. Difference is not as significant or as big as the brown ear tick that we observed in this commercial trial, but still the blue line was high, but keep on increasing, where the 3 inclusion levels to some extent reduce the number of bond ticks. Then this was a study that that University of Pretoria did, Honest Poort. Me being a dairy nutritionist, I know not that much about ticks and ticks control, so I brought in the clever people. Okay, so this is an MSc study done, and we, very simple. 8 animals in the control group, 8 animals in the experimental group. We had an adaptation period where we fed the Garlium product on the one group, the other one is stay in control. But we also collected the ticks afterwards. We put them in little aquariums. We allow the females to lay the eggs. We try to determine the hatchability. So really try to figure out, can we figure out the mode of action? There's just some pictures. So we converted the pens that the university's experimental farm to individual pens. We put the brown ear tick. You will see in the ear bag. Okay, the ear bag stayed closed, which is maybe not the best idea of looking back now. We also put the Asian blue tick on the back of the animal. You see in the middle the little aquarium with salt water at the bottom to keep the humidity the same. And you can see all the little eggs produced by the female eggs, female ticks. And no, you don't count them one by one. No, you make solutions and you calculate the based. Well, you determine the weight of the eggs and then multiply or divide the total egg weight. So I was a little bit disappointed, to be honest, with the results on the brown ear tick, especially what we see in the commercial side, and also products already used in the market to some extent. And we looked at various different parameters, from number of engorged females. We looked at total eggs produced, hatchability of the eggs of the ticks. But on the brown ear tick, about almost 20% less larvae that went into the next cycle. Okay, but yeah, you don't always get the numbers you would like to have. I was a little more happy with the Asian blue tick, Ripicephalus microplus. Just over 40% less of the larvae that went into the next cycle. Okay, so between the combination of less adult ticks, lower hatchability, lower egg production, although not significant, there's a tendency towards lower larvae numbers going to the next cycle. A question that I get asked a lot: if I feed garlic to ruminants, what would you do to the blood? Okay, especially red blood cell counts. So we collected samples on 3 different occasions during this trial. We did a whole blood analysis. And I'm just happy to say that there was no negative effect on the red blood cell counts over this 54-day period. So you will have an effect if you feed 4 or 5 kg of onions per animal per day. Then you will have a drop in your red blood cell count. That's normally what we read in the articles. Okay, but they don't always say how much garlic or how much onions the animals were consumed or did consume. The last study, also a postgrad study, also with University of Pretoria vet faculty on the game side. Dr. Augustina Fitte, she did the study on springbuck. Okay, again we put earbags on the springbuck. We fed them gallium, and we put the red-legged tick inside the earbag. Okay, again experimental study over a 28-day period. And I never thought male springbuck are that dangerous. The little claw hoofs are sharper than you would thought it would be. So it was a lot of sports. Maybe just the one joke. So the one veterinarian from Onderstepoort came the previous day. He darted the lion to move to another farm. No injuries. The next morning, he just assisted us catching the springbuck in the boma, and he cut his whole arm open. So the vet students were all too happy to bandage up the lecturer. And he was just lying one side, couldn't work anymore. So, yeah, respect for these little antelope. And what Dr. Fitte observed, they again collected ticks, etc., etc. And yeah, about a 50% reduction in the number of attached ticks, red-legged ticks in the ears of the springbuck, significant. If you look at the p-values, the number of engorged ticks overall was significantly reduced by over 60%. So there's something. Does gallium replace dips and doses? Absolutely not. Okay, there's no way. Okay, but the way we see the product is an extra tool for the farmer. Okay, if you have during the summer you've got a high tick load, one can consider put this into the feed, and by this, and I can promise you, almost on all the farms that are using gallium, they dip the animals less. Some of them, for example, I've got customers in Limpopo, they used to dip twice a month. They dip maybe 3 times this whole tick season. So farmers in KZN, they used to dip once a month, they dip once a year now. Load is still low. Okay. Doesn't work that well in all the farms and all occasions, okay? But it's just another tool, almost to, checking time, yeah, still fine, to protect the current acaricides that we do have. Okay, if you keep on dipping, especially the farmers who unfortunately don't use the acaricides correctly, there are farms, and it's not my words, it's from your guys that I ask for advice. There are farms where none of the acaricides is working anymore. So what do you do then? So rather prevent to go to that point and use something else together with your normal dip products and try to make them, the acaricides more effective for a longer period. And that's from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the poster presenters. We appreciate your time. And then we ask Fafa to call the trade people can come in for the prize giving.
Thank you for the trade. I think if you come nearer, if you come nearer on the side there, we come 1-1. Can we just tell you that if we draw a number and the person is not here, then we're going to draw another number. Is that clear? Is it fair? Okay, we will draw a number, and if the person is not here, we're going to draw another number. Is it reg, Madeleine? Okay, who's first?
See. Okay, just a reminder, I'm Lizelle from Bupa Animal Health. Got a nice hamper here with some wine and a flash drive and some books and pens. Thank you to everybody who entered.
Take the back.
Dr. Hermanus Smith.
Just put up your hand. No.
Dr. Nayama. Are you here?
Just put up your hand. No.
Next. Dr. Roland Lawson. Hey.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to thank everyone on behalf of VetScripts and VetsBrands for entering our lucky draw and for all your orders. We appreciate it. And then we've drawn our winner already. Madeleine did it for us. It is Dr. Roland Larson.
Roland.
You won again.
Yes, sir.
I love to see us all That's a doctor.
Roland, please just stand there, okay? Is it?
Good afternoon, everyone. Also, I just want to thank everyone for an amazing Congress. I think it's amazing that we can do this face-to-face again. So we actually have 4 hampers. Yeah, so we'll do 4 draws. Oh, yes, and you can just, depending on ladies or men's sizes, just come get the right size from us.
Here.
Yes. Okay, well, let's start with the first one.
Yeah.
Menar Lyle. Menar. Right, next. Marne Smith. Laat ek optel, sorry. Excuse.
Majabu. Yes, the name.
Okay, the cell phone number is 07608332. Oh gosh. I think 441.
Maya.
Let's see.
Hoe kan jy wie praat?
Ek sal probeer. Ek is nie seker.
Probeer.
Mayohabo.
Ah, yay!
You guys are terrible.
Dank
Nou
u.
die ander een.
Ja, nou by hulle.
I say, yeah. So, yes, it's all one. Just double check that this fits.
Okay, thanks.
Please just pronounce your name.
Oh, my full name is Moyahabo Munyumanyena. That's my surname. Munyumanyena. Thank you.
Okay. Patel, you just say what it is.
So thanks everyone for joining us at the companion animal table at the Boehringer stand as well. I hope you had some fun with us. And this is our first hamper for yesterday, which is a Next Guard hamper.
Looks like Roland Larson. No, it's not.
Daniel Simon.
Daniel Simon.
Oh no.
Tell them they missed out.
Maggie
Wepener. Woohoo!
Congratulations. You have to go to the beach.
Yeah. Now we've got our broadline hamper. Pia van der Westhuizen.
Oh, there we go.
Woohoo! And then our last hamper, which is the big daddy of them all. Robbie McFarlane. Oh.
This is like the best one.
Hilliard Miller. Hilgaard Miller. Woo! Thank you. That's all.
Congratulations.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just want to thank you for all your support as MCP wholesalers. Okay, we already did a draw there with Madeleine, and it's a draw for a K-weight light jacket worth 1,000 Rand. So after I've pulled a name or shout out a name, just come to me so I can get your size and color, and then I will courier the jacket to you. Okay, so the draw goes to Hardes Pieters. Okay, great. I'll see you in a bit then.
Hi, everybody. A couple of things need to happen here. Those of you that need glasses to read small things, please put them on. Okay, the next thing you're going to need is your little EID button that you came and got at the stand. Okay, so you need to be able to read the last 5 numbers on that button. And you will also need to come forward to be electronically verified. This is not what you think it is. Although it did attract a fair amount of very uncomfortable attention in my hand luggage at X-rays. Right, so we've pre-drawn a bunch of random numbers, and we're hoping that there's going to be somebody here. If we don't, I'm pretty much going to walk through you and wave the wand, and whichever button it picks up first is going to start winning prizes. So the third prize today is number 04182. Where? 04182. Any takers? Come forward, please, sir. Yeah, when the first prize gets given to the opposition, Neeman. I mean, the first time-wise. Okay. Come and get it, come and get it. Fair is fair. Enjoy your Brevecto hamper. Kom ons scan hom. Hy wil nie werk nie. Waar is hy? They wouldn't allow us to bring the mobile crush in today. Ag, Janne. Daar is hy. Thank you. Cheers, mate. Right, our second prize today, number 03989. Shh. 03989. Going once. Gone. Next option, number 70278. This is going to get painful, guys. Nobody. Goodness gracious me. 70257. 70324. Yes, please. No compliance issues with this one. I thought you would have had it in your ear by now. There it is. Congratulations. You get an All-Flex toolkit, a bottle of wine. Very nice. Okay, and our first prize today, 70434. Anybody got 434? 71199. 71199. It's like a bingo game at the casino, guys. You guys are just a hell of a lot older, that's all. 03950. Julle maak my angstig. 03971. Yes, please, daar sê. Right, you get a free reader that is a little less obtrusive than this one. Won't give you any trouble at the airport, guaranteed. En ons het hom. Thanks very much, guys, for a great conference. We really enjoyed having you, and we'll see you at the next one.
Good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, I want to say thanks to everyone who did pop by our stall and chat to us. It was lovely to meet all of you. A bit different for us to be on the veterinary side of things, but we really did enjoy it, so thanks. Okay, so we pre-drew at our stand, and I hope the winner's here. If not, we'll go to the second person, and the third, we did do a few backups. So the winner of our nice goodie bag here is Divan Hayes-Sama. Hey!
Thank you very much. Morning, everyone. My name's Matt from Formix, and firstly, I just want to thank everyone who came past and smelt our little tray of goodies there. There's some fairly interesting facial expressions where people breathe deep. Interesting to note that only one person out of every one who tried it got all 4 essential oil combinations. For those wondering, chili, turmeric, and cinnamon, almost everyone got, and only one person got the black pepper, which was the extra one. So that is Minar Lal, but he's not here, so we'll get that to him. And then we've got 2 other prizes that we pre-drew for guys who got 3 correct. The first one is for Clara Blazer. And then the third one for Hochi Fulion. There you go.
Hi, everybody. I'm Dean, and this is Lulita. We're from Ruvasa. This is our first year ever exhibiting at Ruvasa, and it's such a thrill and a privilege for us to be here, and we'll definitely see you guys next year. Dr. Fafa has drawn.
Something like Roland Larson, but it's Mohammed Mullah.
Thank you. So this is a Nescafe Dolce Gusto coffee machine with pods. So.
Okay, so the winner doesn't have to come forward. Yeah, so the prizes that can be won is either your Ruvasa fee for next year paid or products worth the same amount. So you can just please stop by the Antrovet stalletjie when you are done. Thank you. Daniel McFarlane. Robbie McFarlane. Mark James.
Dankie. Dankie ook aan almal wat daar by die afreewetstalletjie 'n draai gemaak het. So kom ons kyk wie wen ons eerste koplig. M Nudia. Net M Nudia. Dis nie die M is nie. Lees hy right? Ek kan nie die naam uitspreek nie, maar ons dokter, ons CCS dokter daar agter wat alreeds 'n prys gewen het. And I'm very sorry, you must come teach your name again. For the dark days when there's load shedding. Weer. Roland Larson. Ja, En dan ons groot prys Erik Mohapi. Erik? Nee, dis jammer. Nou, jy het ook 'n oplossing van loadshedding. En dan iemand vir die groot koffievleis. Badenhorst M, die voorsitter Marika.
Dankie julle en dankie dat ons hier kon gewees het. Het was vir ons 'n groot voorreg en ek hoop julle die bier en die gin by ons booth geniet. En ons het die trekking saam met Madeleine gedoen. Ons het 5 pryse. So die eerste 3 is 'n Multiman cooler bags. Die eerste wenner is Clint Austin. Ek joke. Jammer Clint. Okay, ons gaan die pryse vir die mense koerier of by hulle uitkry. So die eerste wenner is De Wet Foster. Kan iemand dit vir hom vat van die studente? Dankie. Kom haal dit sommer. Okay, die tweede een is Nicolaas Bester. En die derde coole bag is Alfred Kidd. Sy ook nie. Okay. Goed. En dan die grand prize, soos hulle sal sê, is elkeen 'n snowmaster en die eerste wenner is Liesel Wasserman. Kom kyk. Baie geluk. Okay, en die laaste of die tweede wenner van 'n Snowmaster is Brett Catherine. Okay, ons sal sy details kry. Dankie julle.
Thanks everyone from Zuweta's side for the conference. It's been an amazing experience. And we did a small pre-draw as well for the power bank gift packs. So we had 2, and the 2 winners were Dr. Liesel and Dr. Gideon. No, this isn't ours. No, we've got a different one. Yeah, you're winning again. So a little power bank, come to the Zuweta stand. We've got that for you. And then Doc Frickie, you were the second row winner on that one. So thank you very much, everyone.
Have you got another prize? Let's give them all. Thank you again for.
Before trade leave, will you please stay in the lecture hall for the last speaker? Okay.
Okay, the last real business for the day. Please, the trade, don't leave. We need you here. The last business, Willem told me, Willem from APAC, Article 6 and Article 8, and also the health declaration is on the website, on the Ruvasa website, so you can go and find it there. The latest one, so please. On the app. Okay, it's on the app. I'm old, I'm still on the website, so. Okay, but on the app. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I start closing, Madeleine also just asked if you could put up the slideshow for me, please. For those of you that attended but that want to have a listen to some of the topics again, please go to the website, or you can just scan. If you haven't scanned it, You can scan the app. And then you're asked to join the event. And then you put in a PIN code, the 2022 PIN code. It is also on the email that Madeleine sent. And then you can, if the videos doesn't come up, if you just carry on and change the event to virtual mode and not in-person mode, and then you'll be able to get access to the videos, the CPD and PowerPoints and everything. Madeleine will also load up onto the website. Then we would like to thank you for a very nice Congress. Firstly, I want to start with Madeleine from Wetlink. Thank you for everything. Thank you for organizing. She's organized it for 2020, and then again for 2021, and yeah, at last it happened this year. And thank you to the venue for having us. And then thank you to our committee, Chris, Dani, the rest of the board of directors. Thank you for the help you put in, especially Chris, with doing all the background organizing. And then I'm sure you guys are tired of sitting around for 2 days. Most of us are used to being up and down the whole time. Thank you for taking the time to come. And I'm sure it is a paradigm shift to a lot of us. And hopefully we can take out the message to the colleagues that couldn't attend, and move forward onto the sustainability part. To summarize, according to the sustainability pillars, we've talked about the environment, and we are the custodians, and we have to prevent the diseases. Productivity, I think we've learned about all the business opportunities that there are. The ones that's there for our clients, our client base established already, for the communal farmers, and then as well as for the producers that is not clients yet, and the ones that we wish to accommodate with all the foot-and-mouth disease, biosecurity things going around, and we'd like to ask the producer companies to put the word out to the producers that doesn't have a herd health vet yet, to please form a relationship with a herd health vet. And then therefore, most of our biosecurity work will also be easier to do. And then last of all, the people part. Look after yourselves, your family, take time off, and then look after your colleagues as well. We're all in this together, and we need each other and work together. And then Ruvasa still strive to lead in this and to carry on with the CPD plans and collaborate and to work to stay credible as we are. Then we would like to call on our last speaker, Quentin Kutsia. Thanks. Okay, I'll introduce him to you. He is an entrepreneur, an international speaker, a naturalist, adventurer. He's got a passion for wild places, and he grew up in Namibia and is considered a bushcraft specialist. From the bitter cold of sub-Antarctica to the scorching deserts of the Middle East and the highest ice peaks in Russia, he has spent time with vanishing tribes in Africa, in the frozen wastelands of Outer Mongolia, and in the sweating jungles of the Amazon basin. As a director of one of the largest zoological gardens in Africa, he was committed to the conservation and breeding of endangered species from all around the world. And Quentin has frequently been resourced in print and on radio, Felt Focus, Oddville, 50/50, and his talk inspires people to tap into the natural potential, to improve their business skills and performance, and to gain a better understanding of themselves and the others. Thank you, Quentin.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good afternoon. You know, the most successful businesses, most successful organizations, most successful people on this planet today have all attained the top of their game because they use a very specific set of principles. They use them constantly. They're no secret what these principles are. In fact, they're taught at business schools all over the world today to MBA students. But what if I told you that these principles that drive total success in any endeavor all over the world, top companies, it started here in Southern Africa thousands of years ago. And to prove this to you, we're going to join now one of the oldest companies functioning on this planet today. It's a company called the San Bushman Tribe. You know them, eh? From The Gods Must Be Crazy. So now I hear you saying, but how can we call this tribe a company? They're a bunch of people running around with bows and arrows and loincloths waiting for Coke bottles to fall out of the sky. No, think of them like this. They are a very small group of individuals committed together towards a common goal. Their goal is very simply the growth and total success of their group so that everyone involved can thrive, can benefit, can be secure, can do well for themselves, and can continue thereby to grow their group. That's the definition of a company. This is a company. Now you say, but if they're a company, where would be their workplace or their marketplace? Their marketplace is that central Kalahari region, because that's where they go to work every day. That's where they trade. That's where they operate. That's where they're busy daily looking for and hunting down their incomes and their returns. So that makes the Kalahari this company's marketplace, you see. Now you say, but if that's their marketplace, who and where are their customers or their clients? Their customers are the ostrich, the zebra, kudu, giraffe, springbuck. Why? Well, you see, that's what's providing the returns, the profits, the earnings, without which the sand company or any business, including yours, cannot survive. Only difference is we don't normally kill our customers nowadays anymore. Now you say, well, that's a nice scenario, but what about the competition? Quite simply, competition is another company out there. It does what you do. It's in your marketplace. It's on your turf. It's next door. And it's targeting that same customer, but for its own profits. So this sand company's competition would be the pride of lions. They want the same zebra, kudu, and giraffe. Leopard is out there 24 hours a day, hunting down exactly the same springbuck. So what am I actually saying here? All I'm saying is this. Since the very beginning, a long time ago, for this species, nothing has actually changed. Since the beginning, we've been in the bush in one form or another, developing this current magnificent human success story. But have you ever sat down and thought, how did we get to this point from there? I've just told you. We got here from there in companies, in businesses, in our marketplaces, in our workplaces, with our customers and our clients, always in the face of massive competition. That's how we got here. In the past, we used to do this in order to survive. That's no longer good enough. Not one of us here today intends to survive. Today we are compelled to thrive. So let me show you now what this journey was, how it's always been done. But before I start, what we're going to look at on these screens now are not theories or principles or warm things to talk about for the end business chat. What we're going to be looking at now are the rules, the laws, the scientific and biologically proven facts, which if we as living things on this planet don't start applying them and start right now, I'm willing to absolutely guarantee you that there's no way you can ever begin to think of attaining greater success for your group, your business, and thus directly, of course, for yourself. Let's see what they are. Right, the first shot we've got over here is of the sand person, this massive old baobab tree of Africa. And I'm going to kick off now with the first law. Remember what we're talking about here? We're talking about planetary laws for success. Not things that I've made up. It's the way our natural system works. And the first law that says that there's not a single person or business on this entire planet that has ever been successful if it wasn't for their ability to recognize the power of partnerships or alliances and the tight and constant collaboration between these two. Why do I say this? Well, you see, we are what we call a social species, not so. So what is a social species actually, apart from the fact that we are one? It means quite simply that you cannot do it alone. Forget it now. Lions like us are also a social species. Only time you ever find a mighty lion living on its own is when it's busy dying. Now, just like them, we're only as strong, we're as powerful, we're as successful as those partnerships, the alliances, the meaningful relationships, the friendships, those contacts that we have formed around us, our ability to hold on to them, to grow them, and to work well constantly with them. These people have such an alliance with absolutely everything amongst which they live. Everything, including even this massive tree here, the baobab tree, because they know that only through proper alliances comes that magic word, opportunity. Again, no one ever made it if it wasn't for their ability, number one, to recognize an opportunity. There it is, I see it. But that's not good enough spotting opportunities all over the place. Now we've got to get onto these 2 feet. We must seize the opportunities and finally exploit them. Watch this. There's a sand person, there's a baobab tree. If that's the alliance, where's the opportunity, I said, will always flow out of good alliances. In other words, if I said to you, so what can we use this tree for? You're going to say, I don't know, chop it up for firewood. Good luck. Let me show you now the opportunist within everyone in this room here today has always approached our workplace towards greater success. Firstly, these people go along, they dig up the roots of this tree. Those roots grow very shallow under the surface. And they'll take one of the roots, size of my leg, say, turn it into a vertical position, and a good 2 liters of life-giving water will flow out of that root. Without water, these people cannot survive. And without money, bucks, tom, bokke, dollars, euros and yen, we do not survive. That's the bottom line here, man. Everybody in this room, this hotel, this city, this continent goes out every day, sadly, in a quest for money. With that same urgency, we've gone out every day since day one in a quest for water. Here, it's this alliance that provides it. And when the water's flowed out of that root, they break the root up, and from the inside, they remove these tiny little white pith chips with a THA. This pith, they dry on a hot rock, and it remains preserved in this form for years as a high-protein cereal, which keeps them going through the dry seasons. This tree has holes in it, sometimes big enough to submerge an entire vehicle in. Those holes are always full of sparkling clear water that they will suck up with grass straws. Again, the alliance provides. The tree is these hard-shelled fruits or pods. Now, what they do is they cut that pod in half. They clear out all the insides, and then they use the halves of these pods now as perfect cups or bowls from which to eat their foods or drink their liquids. Or what they do is they cut a small hole in the top of the pod when it's still intact. They remove all the insides to that hole, and then they fill that empty pod shell now with water. They plug it and they seal it. This serves as a life-saving water storage bottle in times of drought when they really need it. Now, the inside of this pod, those seeds are covered in a fine white powder. Dis nou die krummetart. They scratch that off. They mix it with water from the roots and boil it up to make a magnificent high-energy porridge. And that leaves them with the clean seeds. These seeds they crush to match its size, roast them on a hot rock. And to this again they add water from the roots which they've boiled, and it makes an excellent, very nutritious coffee that they drink out of the halves of those pods. Or they crush these seeds to release a fine vegetable oil. It's that oil that they use to cook food in. They rub it on their bodies in that extremely dry environment, and it has a unique and astonishing property whereby it can actually preserve meat for short periods. They go along and they pick the new leaves of this tree, which they boil into a fine marrojo or spinach type dish. It has more vitamin C than oranges and more calcium than spinach itself. They find birds' nests in this big tree, from which they remove the eggs, the young chicks, the adult birds themselves. These are all food sources. But then they take the soft material that the bird brought in to line its nest, and this is what they use as the kindling, die tontel, for the fire they must make with sticks. They go along and they pick the big white flowers of this tree, from which they suck huge amounts of sweet nectar. That's what gives them the jolts of energy, so essential for the hunt or for gathering or for getting into their workplace and making it a success. They take bats out of this tree that they roast and eat, and then they tear off long strips of this tree's powerful, sinuous bark. And it's the bark of this tree that these people use to manufacture string. Have you ever considered that without something as simple as string, just string, this entire magnificent species might not have prevailed? We need string for our bows, string to tie on the shafts of our arrows, string to set traps, to set snares, make our houses, our shoes, our clothing. Here again, it's this alliance that provides it all. Then they scratch in the holes and hollows of this big krimatart, looking now for lizards and geckos to eat, including these giant leguans that offer them kilograms of sweet white flesh in return. These are not the only reptiles they take out of the tree. For centuries, they've taken out pythons that offer them even more than the leguan does. And from the beginning, they've always climbed the tree like this, looking for and searching to find the best, most sought-after prize of all, nothing less than honey. And that's only the beginning. I'm going to stop with this tree now. I haven't even touched yet on all this tree's many and varied medicinal uses. This is not a tree. This is a supermarket, man. This is a spaza shop in the bush. But you must bear in mind, we've sat here now and briefly discussed one plant. Only one plant of the thousands of different kinds that this group will exploit on a daily basis. And believe me that every one of those thousands of different plants, bulbs, bushes, berries, shrubs, trees, even blades of grass, has as many uses for this group each day, if not more, than the one plant we've touched on here briefly to prove a point. So what's the point? Well, the point is simply this. Because they in their business are willing to know their environment, to understand their marketplace, their jobs, and their responsibilities within it in detail, because they have infinite knowledge of the conditions and circumstances under which they're expected to succeed and thrive under any given conditions, no matter what you throw at them. Because they form partnerships, alliances, meaningful relationships, friendships, contacts that they build and they hold. Because they've all developed this eye that will recognize, but now seize and exploit every positive opportunity that presents itself out there for their growth. And above all, they've done all of this with an ethic of dominating their turf. Well, that's the only reason why this company has remained masters of their marketplace for 30,000 years. And it's one of the reasons why the species developed so smartly and shot to the roof to find us seated right now. So don't forget those principles. You know, we're talking here about these resources that they have. And it reminds me of a while back when I was doing a facilitation thing for the DTI in Cape Town. And they had all the young entrepreneurs there. There were over 2,000 young entrepreneurs, and it was hard to get them going. And then these young entrepreneurs started whining, properly, whining, whining. They were whining that they didn't have vehicles, that they didn't have equipment, that they didn't have buildings, didn't have tools, didn't have anything, couldn't do anything. So I said, hands up those that believe that they're failing because they don't have the resources. Everyone's hands went up. Some put both hands up. I said, may I suggest that you may be failing not because you don't have the resources. It's because you don't have resourcefulness. Resourcefulness is drive, it's passion, it's the will to want to succeed, to make things happen, to get things done, to create something out of nothing. And if you're resourceful, you can have any resource you ever dreamed of. We're about to break for lunch. Imagine if we were presented with a platter of scorpions. Now, we would be horrified at the idea. Why? Well, you see, it's a human phenomenon known as negative conditioning. We're all negatively conditioned in one way or another. In this case, it starts in our formative years when we're youngsters. This is when we are taught, trained, conditioned, manipulated, just not to accept certain things in our lives, to reject other things, to say, that's not for me, this I can't do, that I won't do, there I draw the line. We do it all the time. We've sat here now and we've mentally rejected a picture, an image on a screen of something which plays very little part in our daily lives. In fact, when I dared show a snake up here just now, there was the odd face here in the audience contorted in mock terror. And it's become very fashionable to be like this. You often hear people saying, well, actually, I'm very funny when it comes to things like that, you know. What we're doing here is we're kicking opportunities out of the window. We're not even prepared to fold our minds around certain ridiculous things because we've been taught to think like this. And still, we continue to justify it by saying, well, that's just the way I am. You've seen it, you've heard it, maybe you've done it. The same people are not negatively conditioned. They check out every situation that presents itself before them in their world. And before immediately passing negative judgment on something, which we're so inclined to do, especially if it's something new or we haven't tested it, it hasn't proved its worth, the first thing we believe is correct is to kick it into touch. Not going to work, we say. Well, they say, well, where's the problem here, say the same. The problem, they say, is not the scorpion, the body, that blob you see there. That can do nothing to me, they say. The legs can do nothing to me. The nippers, oh, they could give me a little bit of a pinch. This is not serious. The problem, they say, is, of course, the sting. That's the problem. It's the sting. You see, folks, we've just shown the problem here is not the scorpion. It's the sting. Why must we always make the problem so much bigger than what it actually is? In their world, their lives, their business, they're constantly identifying exactly what the problem is. What does our problem actually look like here? Where precisely does the problem lie? Then they take it a step further. Then they focus on that problem and then they deal with the problem. Look at him, grabs that scorpion firmly between forefinger and thumb by the sting. He goes for the problem, yes, he goes for it. Breaks that sting right off the body of the scorpion. Throws that poisonous sting away. You'll see our problem now spiraling through the air like this, and it lands somewhere far away in that hot Kalahari dust where the sun just evaporates it. This problem's gone now. Been solved, terminated. The problem no longer exists. We've just dealt with it here. And successfully so. And what this man now holds wriggling harmlessly in his hands instead is a valuable, high-protein food package that they will now roast and feed to their small children who love them. We would have taken that same scorpion and crushed it underfoot and starved to death. What's that? You see, throughout time, as a success strategy, not fancy business speak, if we don't learn to constantly identify exactly what the problems are, what do they look like, where do they lie, then focus on those problems and deal with them, I mean now. If you don't do that, the problem will not just go away by itself. That sting's not just going to drop off because you know it's there. You've got to tear it off and throw it away. And neither will you glean the advantages always associated then with dealing successfully with any problem. I must tell you, I have a young son that went on a gap year. It's 4 years now. He hasn't come back yet. And he phones one night, 2 o'clock, in a blind panic. Dad, this is a serious problem. There's no solution. He was phoning, it had to do with passports. He was phoning from some country ending in staan. And I calmed him down and I said, here's a story, listen to this. There's always a solution. I told him the story about the old Arab that lived in the desert, who called his 3 sons and said to them that when he dies, they should divide his camels up in the following way. The eldest son must get half of his camels. The second born must get 1/3. And the last son gets 1/9 of his camels. As it is, when the old man passed, there were 17 camels. Well, that's a disaster. You can't divide 17 by 2 or 3 or 9. The boys were fighting at each other's throats. There was no solution. So they went to the elder in the village and said, what shall we do? The elder says, look, I got 1 camel. Take it. See what happens. Suddenly they have 18 camels. Immediately, the eldest son gets half, so he gets 9. The second son gets 1/3, so he gets 6. 9 and 6, that's 15. The third son must get 1/9, which is 2. 15 and 2, 17. And they found they had 1 left, which they gave back to the elder. There's always a solution. That's a Kalahari.net boardroom meeting. These guys, like everyone else, are busy here with a bit of e-business, or egg business as they call it. And when they find a nest full of these ostrich eggs, they examine all of them very carefully. Eventually, they'll select 1 or 2, which they carry off carefully back home. But notice, most of the eggs that they found, they've put back into the nest exactly where they found them. And only those 1 or 2 will they carefully wrap up and carry back home. What have they actually done here? They, you see, will never take all the eggs. No. They take 1 or 2 eggs only. They leave most of the eggs right there in that nest exactly where they found them so that the hen, the mother bird, can come back again later when they've gone and settle in and hatch and raise those chicks. Now remember when I started, I said to you the ostrich was nothing less than their customer. If that's the case, leaving those eggs in that nest, this was nothing less than absolute respect for their customer base, an appreciation for their customer base, but above all, by leaving those eggs in that nest, this was a dedicated commitment by every single individual on our team towards growing our customer base, increasing the size of our potential income resource out there in that marketplace, because they realize if we destroy this whole nest full of eggs right here, right now, through greed as a one-off for its small returns. Here it is, we've got it. Let's hit it, milk it, clean it out, take everything it's got and get out. If we did that, most certainly there will be no return for me in the future from this specific source. We've just destroyed it. You know, even at times of the year when fires should rage through their dry marketplace and the heat is on for their customer, our little sand group is out there immediately together, giving everything they can, everything they've got to look after their income source. At risk to themselves, they start chasing animals away from that leaping, roaring set of flames. They'll even pick them up in their arms and cradle them and run with them to a place of safety because they know it's the customer out there. It's the customer that keeps me alive. It's always been like that. And for that simple reason, if it is your intention to thrive, you have no choice but to grow the numbers. We've got to grow the numbers, because only therein lies our ensured survival, our success, and our sustainable growth in the future. We have to think like this. We must, because sometimes it doesn't rain in their marketplace for 6 years. No rain. And the entire marketplace dries up, not unlike our current economic situation. Times are tough, we say. Ooh, things are not like they used to be. We complain. In tough times, this crowd knuckles down and they do something. They take action. First thing they do is they reposition themselves in their marketplace. Literally, they pick up their houses and move them to the last remaining water hole in the entire area. Daar's een watergat oor. Just after that tree line, they've moved the whole business right there. What a magnificent move by a company repositioning in tough times. Because now you see the customer, the income source, has no choice. In this case, they are also the game, forced to come and drink at that last little water hole, right where this company has cleverly positioned itself. What a wonderful way to earn your living. You don't even have to go and look for it or hunt it down. It's now walking into the front door saying, here I am, nowhere else for me to go. We call this a captive market. Do you know what I mean? Well, that attitude is fine until one day it starts to rain. And when it rains again after 6 years of intense drought, every person in our little sand company realizes with a shock that the entire environment in which each and every one of us has been making our living over the last period, this marketplace that we've grown so used to, the jobs that we do and know so well, the conditions we understand, the way we like to do things, the way that we've always done things around here. Well, all of that with this new rain is now going to change. It's going to change. And that means that everything that we've been doing routinely in our lives and work, day to day in the past, in order to succeed, is now going to have to change accordingly. Because you see, if you don't change, then you are performing those old practices that may have worked very well for us back then, now here in these modern times. And that, by the way, is where the term actually comes from. Adapt or die. And I don't have to tell you, especially you, that there's not a single living thing on this entire magnificent planet of ours that hasn't adapted perfectly to its required set of success conditions. And what happens to those living things that will not adapt? Well, they become extinct. It's not a theory, eh? There's a lot of bones that prove this extinction thing. And extinction happens to companies, people in businesses, groups and organizations every single day. From airline companies, no names, to banks, gold mines, investment houses that have been around for over 100 years. They're not going under. They're simply becoming extinct. You might say, but it's a good thing if it rains here, man. It's been drought. Of course it's good. That's if it rains here on top of your head. But what happens, I ask you, if the first rain after this terrible drought should start falling some considerable distance away from where I'm earning my living? And overnight, far away from where we're doing our business, that marketplace is full of new pools of water, other different alternative pools of water far away. And in an instant, the game, the customer on which we've been growing and thriving overnight has other options elsewhere. Remember, they're no longer forced to come and drink it at our little water hole. Remember the one that we moved to? We thought we were so clever. Overnight, far away from where we're running our business, the marketplace far away is filled with sweet green grass. And believe me, the grass is always greener on the other side for the customer, always. That's why they phone for 3 quotes. Where's the grass greener here? And in an instant, your income source is jerked out from under your feet. And you watch your customer walking off to what it honestly believes is greener pastures. They're not afraid of this. They say, bring bring change. We love it. Unlike us, what do? Oh no, don't change anything. Leave it the way it is. It works. It's always worked. Well, they say, if there's no change, listen to me now, you will not grow. If there's no change, you're going to stay exactly who you are and what you are and where you are and what you're doing right now and as big as you are. You know why? Quite simply because nothing has changed. And when it rains, these people rejoice. That's a picture of a small boy playing in the very first pool of water that he has experienced in his entire life at the age of 6. And within 3 days of the rain having fallen, they're now living on barbel or catfish that have also emerged from those dry pans. They're living on bream fishes washed in from the swamp systems up north and those giant leguavans that prowl those watery haunts. The moment that these people realize there's been some kind of a change in our environment, the first thing they do is they identify that change, and then they take active and deliberate steps now to adapt to that change. Immediately, they start using new traps, new snares, new systems, new mechanisms, new methods, new and different approaches, new techniques, new attitudes. The moment they realize, man, things have changed out there, they start targeting for themselves a brand new form of income source. They begin diversification. They sit down together with their teams and say, now listen, how can we improve on our survival strategy right now by taking full advantage of this change for the future? But above all, and most important, each one of them, as an individual like you and me, each one of them alters the mindset here inside of this head in terms of actually understanding and accepting for once that you know. What we've been doing in the past, you have got this far. And what we must start doing today now, that's different. That's different. In order to go even further and to keep consistently growing at the same time. Those are different things requiring different sets of action, different thoughts, different ways of doing things from each one of us here on every different day. Now, if this change thing is so important, how are we going to get it across to everyone involved? Well, the Sand people have an absolute obsession with training, skill development. They say, how can we run a successful business if the people on our teams don't know their jobs? So they teach them. For example, when these hunters return having slain a warthog, they're tired, hungry, thirsty, they've been out there for days. But they don't stagger back into camp looking for food, sleep, water, or the odd Mexican wave. The first thing they do when they get back, they call the new members. He makes a class right there on that bare spot of earth, and he says to them, let the training begin. He says to them, let me tell you now, as members of this team, exactly what it is that we actually do for a living in this business of ours. Let me show you, he says, what it is that makes us, as a group, so very successful in that big marketplace out there. So let me teach you, he says, the skills that you must learn, you must develop, you must constantly grow. Because if you don't know these things, if you can't do them, you're incapable of delivering the goods here, which means that you could die in this business. The group can surely carry on without you. He says, this is our business. And I want you, look at those kids now, to touch him, to feel him, to taste him, to smell him. This is where he lives, how he runs, where he hides, what he feeds on. These are the dangers involved in our business. Feel how sharp those small tusks are. He says, if you don't know who this is, you don't know who we're actually dealing with out there. If you don't know where to go and look for him, how to hunt him down, corner him, and then bring him back home. Listen, you can hunt for days, weeks, months. You can hunt for a year. It means nothing until you've brought him back home. That is profit. If you don't know what he likes, what he dislikes, what he wants and how he wants it, Don't even think of trying to get even close to him in hunting. That's only the theoretical training. Practical training. The hunters go to great lengths to capture and bring back alive these small ostrich chicks. They give them to the kids and say, play with him. Spend your days and nights with him. Get in his head. Know how his mind works. You must know every single bump, feather, and color on his body. Because if you don't understand the detail, I said, the detail of what it is that makes us successful in our business, then you're incapable of ever delivering excellence on this team. And these hunters spend not hours or weeks or months, they spend years, man. Spend double behind their youngsters, constantly developing their skills, constantly adding capacity, because surely we can only be as successful as the combined skills of the people on our team. Or am I wrong here? At one stage, the little boy in the middle was just about to take a shot at the target when the hunter pushes the bow down and says, you can't shoot from here, we're too far. If you miss, we are in serious trouble. The kid says, one miss. The hunter says, get closer. And he guides him closer, closer, closer. Eventually, they're in range. The hunter says, take the shot, you've got him. The kid needs this. Aims, concentrates, takes that shot. And sure enough, he makes his first ever kill. Oh, you thought it was a buffalo, eh? Right, well, that doesn't look like much. But let's just consider what we've actually done here. We took a new person on our team, raw and unskilled. They normally are. And we've developed within them the smallest skill that shows positive returns in our business. This works. That's all we want to hear. Human nature now kicks in. This child will from here immediately begin to murder hundreds of grasshoppers an hour with his newfound skill. It's not long before he tires of grasshoppers and he starts hunting small rodents, mice. Then he upgrades to rats, then rabbits, then spring hares and springbuck. And it's not long before this child walks back into camp one day with his first 850 kilogram eland bull. Their favorite food. But I want you to think back now to that tiny grasshopper and never forget where the ultimate, the magnificent prize all started. Because what you've been sitting here looking at on these screens is the power of constant personal development. No matter how old you are, no matter how long you've been in the game, no matter how much you think you know or how wise you believe yourself already to be. The point is, if you don't constantly strive to do things better, continuous improvement, if you don't adopt that as a principle, you're going to hunt grasshoppers for the rest of your life. Right. We've looked at individuals, but we work in teams. We're going to go on a hunt with these people to show you that only by working as a tight team can you begin to attain greater success. And remember, a team can be two people, whoever's working together on towards the same objective. Before a hunt even starts, there is the preparation phase. They also have different branches, divisions, departments. This is the women and children department. They've collected for the hunters melons or tsamas for moisture while they're out there, white medicinal plants, brown berries to eat. In the middle, there's even a long life lunch pack there. Because this company and this specific division provides the backup and the support. Without them, we are lost. This old man here, he can't run fast anymore, but he's made more knives than any other individual on that team. And what they say to him is, old man, you're providing us here with a service and a product of a quality that will not fail us in the field. If ever the product, the service or the quality fails us out there, we pay a price. He makes better knives than anyone on the team. Teenagers, this man's constantly striving to make himself a bow, a special bow that will give him an extra 15, 20 meters when he needs that critical extra distance without the bow failing. They realized a long time ago, if you want to do better for yourself, you have no choice but to always go that extra mile, gain distance, and you must exceed plan. To do better means we've exceeded plan. This branch here, teenagers digging in this hot sand for a certain kind of worm. That thing is lethal. It's deadly. And what they do is they puncture the worm with the point of the arrow, and just as you would squeeze toothpaste out of a tube, they dab the contents onto the shaft of the arrow. We all know they're poisoning it, but look at the arrow, thinner than a straw. Here's a challenge. Let's go and hunt giraffes with a straw. It'll never work unless we realize the criticality of our equipment. Every day in this company is equipment day. They look after their equipment, design their equipment, care for their equipment, and above all know that they're entirely reliant. This species cannot survive without equipment. Take it away from us and we will cease to exist within days. Time to hunt. They set off into the marketplace looking for tracks. Eventually they find the tracks of a fine young giraffe, and that becomes their target. They set themselves massive targets. We are afraid of a big target, but they say, we've got confidence, we've direction. There's a set of tracks here, follow it. We know where we're going with this thing, actually. So they follow the tracks to find that this giraffe, their target, is joined in with a whole herd of giraffes, which is the one we've been tracking. Remember, we identified it by its tracks. That's the one we want. Now we're seeing a whole lot. What do? Just drop that target and choose another target, because our target is no longer clear. It doesn't work like that. The fellow in the front looks at them all. They're good at this. This is what they do. Looks at the tracks, looks at the slants, the angles, the distances, weighs it all up and says, that's the one we're after, the one with a dark spot under its eye. Calls the next person. He says, can you see that one? Yes. The next one. Can you see that giraffe? Make sure that every individual on that team sees precisely the same individual. I'm talking about this animal here. And in teams, we call this a common goal. Because how can we expect the different people on one team to hunt one specific giraffe inside of a whole herd if they don't all know exactly which one it is we're going for together? I see smiles here, but that's what's happening in modern business. Everyone just sees herds. So everyone rushes herds blindly, shooting arrows, throwing spears. We call it spray and pray. Those at the back are now shooting those in the front who actually turn around and shoot back. And it's chaos, it's war. Now the fight's on the inside and we've completely forgotten about the giraffe. We've got a common goal, good equipment, let's do it. Let's drop the giraffe now. Wrong. Whee! You all know this bird's duty in the bush, eh? Don't have to tell you. Warning system, it's an alarm. Don't think, because we've got this team, but a training's kicked in, a lot of equipment, market out there. Oh, now we're ready for results. We're wrong. Because we don't yet have a plan. We don't have a strategy. We haven't sat down together and said, but what are the obstacles that could prevent us from attaining this massive goal, the giraffe, that we've set for us? There's one of them staring us in the face. What do we do when we're out there and something completely unexpected happens out of the blue? War, exchange rates, interest rates, fuel prices, electricity cuts, strikes, civil unrest. In this case, the slightest change in wind direction so that that giraffe can now smell us. Or do we say, like we did last time, geez, we should have thought about that. What equipment are we going to use here, bows or spears? We've got to have a plan. And only when they've got a plan, then you must see this team go. Characteristics of this team now. Number one, do not forget this. They are fast. Speed. The days of the big eating the small in business are gone. It's now the fast that are eating the slow. They're effective, they're efficient, they're professional, they're flexible and adaptable. But above all, this team is completely focused. Focus is not a fancy business buzzword. It's a planetary law, biological law for success. I want you to go, and I'll prove it to you. Go through this with me in your mind's eye. I want you to picture a lioness moving towards a herd of zebras in the distance. She's flat on the ground. Neck long, face square, chin on the ground, ears flat, belly dragging. Those shoulder blades are riding high out of her back. As she makes little darts behind bushes approaching those zebras. And then she gets into the starting blocks. She starts to tremble with excitement. And then she launches herself at that unsuspecting zebra herd. Now I want you to imagine this in your mind. See this in ultra slow-mo, kyk weer mode. See that lioness powering across that plain now in slow-mo towards those zebras. The stallion hears something. He sees her coming. He gives that alarm call, that woo-woo, woo-woo, and those zebras just scatter. Huge striped black and white zebra bodies now in chaos and panic. There's teeth, spit, dust, thundering hooves, white eyes. They've got to get away. But our lioness is now inside that panicked herd. You've seen this. She's running shoulder to shoulder with those terrified zebras. Some are crossing her path. She doesn't even see those. Because our lioness has by now picked, selected, and locked on to her one specific chosen target inside of that herd. It's now like a steel cable that just gets shorter with every stroke that she takes as she weaves her way through, over, around obstacles and zebras to slam down that one selected individual in a cloud of dust. If ever you see a chase like that again, watch that lioness's eyes, and you'll see that during that entire hunt, she never blinks once. That lioness is not aware of anything else that exists on that entire African plain at that time. Nothing exists except for that one specifically selected target. And that is focus. We are focused, but I'll tell you what happens with our focus. There we are, streaking through our workplace, fully focused. And in slow-mo, nogal, it's beautiful to watch. And it's not long before we see another zebra on the side, which appears to be a hell of a lot closer than the one that we're chasing here. So you're chasing this one, but looking at that one. And you reckon, I've made a bad call. So you shut that one down and start chasing the next zebra, just when you're in your stride. A warthog shoots out of the grass here, and you reckon, this shouldn't take me too long to deal with. Now you're hunting the warthog, and you're hunting yourself to death. But you're not actually catching anything. And that's the feeling you get when you go home after a long day. And you've been so busy. But you can't think of anything you actually did that day. It's focus. Now, any team members, no matter who, I see I'm out of time here. Hello? Shall I carry on? Any team member, no matter who they are, the moment the team members under pressure, the first thing that breaks down is communication. They can't talk now. If they had to talk, the giraffe will hear them and flee. So they've gone as far as developing an entirely new language. It doesn't even use the spoken word, just hand signals, to ensure that there will never be a communication breakdown anywhere ever on our team. To lose communication just once is to lose a deal. With them it works. That fellow in the front with a flick of his wrist is saying to the others, two stay here, one come with me, we're moving in this direction. If I had a pointer, I'd show you. Look where those people behind him, where their eyes are focused directly on that hand. The communication is clear, it is concise, it is accurate, and it is constant. But we're still hunting the giraffe. Will we get it? 3 days later, for the first time, they're in range. They've got a shot. They cannot blow this chance. The fellow in the front creeps around this bush so slowly. You don't see him move. It's like a bud opening. Notice the rest of the team in full support behind the shooter. With him, for him. They're always there together, in this thing together. None of this, why don't you carry on with the shot so long and give us a shout when you're finished stuff? They're all there. Shooter draws back on the bow. The muscles writhe and knot like live things in his back. He steadies, releases that arrow. At the back, they can't see where the arrow's gone, but they hear that as it flies. And they know they're there. They've done everything in the book to get to that point. They got there. They took their shot. They can smell victory. They can taste that meat already. And it's a total disaster. Arrow nicked a twig, spiraled off, smashed into a tree, and broke in off. The giraffe hears something, goes thundering off into the distance in slow-mo. They always do it in slow-mo. And the others are standing like this. Shall I tell you what happens in our team when this occurs? When this happens in our team, the first thing this person will now do is blame the equipment. Holding up the broken arrow for everyone around him to see, he now says in a loud voice, you see this? This is what happens when they up there expect us down here to hunt giraffes, with straws. But look at this guy. Does he look miserable? He's hosing himself. And that's the difference. You see, it's a question of attitude. Attitude is a success strategy. There is nothing that will pick you back up onto your feet when you've been down on your knees, except for your attitude. And sadly, we don't give this a thought. They do. They say, get on with the job. Here they go again. 3 of them moving from the left. If you look very carefully, middle right-hand side of the screen, you'll see the giraffe there. Can you see it? You know this term, working smart, a lot harder. Let me put it into perspective for you, the African way. When you shoot a little arrow into a massive giraffe, even if it's poisoned, that animal doesn't drop dead in its tracks. Dwah! On the spot. It can still run for up to 3 days while those poisons take their effect. And they know this. And they make use of that time gap. They will never shoot at it from any position. Oh, no. They line themselves up in a specific way, no matter how long it takes them. They line themselves up in such a way that their camp must be positioned in a straight line directly behind the giraffe. Only when they've positioned the giraffe directly between them and the camp do they take a shot. Reason being, if they hit it now, it will turn and run roughly away from them. They now have 3 days in which to herd, chase, and push this thing back to where they live, so that by the time it goes down, it's at the camp and they don't have to carry all the meat that far. That's working smarter, not harder. But where's the 4th guy? Aha! Our proactive tracker. Proactive. Nobody told him what to do, neither is he sitting there waiting for someone to give him an instruction. Took one look at this, saw what he can do so that the whole team will benefit, and he's done it. He takes full accountability and responsibility for his actions. He leaves the group at a blistering pace. He does a wide dog leg around this giraffe. He's already 2 kilometers ahead of it, waiting on a high spot. So that when they pass it later on, he knows the giraffe's always there. Remember, our tracker's out there. So he's waiting out there, and when they finally shoot it, it'll run past him, and he can pick up the track. Remember, it's getting dark. Got to be the strategy. If you don't do this or find the animal before it's too dark, you're going to lose it. And so, finally, it's time for our tracker to take the shot. Does he take the shot? He sees the giraffe coming past him. Looks at this giraffe and says, but this giraffe's running normally. This giraffe hasn't been shot yet. Shall I tell you what happens on our team when the tracker realizes the giraffe has not been shot yet? That was the plan. How many times did we discuss this? Our tracker says, well, I'm not shooting. Not my job, you see. Hello, I'm a tracker on this team. They get paid a shooter's salary. To prove this, our tracker now whips out that letter of appointment, where he's highlighted the job description. This he pushes into your face and says, now show me where it says shoot on here. I'm a tracker. Track. No, man, the next thing, they'll ask me to skin the thing as well. Then I might as well run this whole company on my own. It doesn't happen here because they're big enough to say, it's up to me now. I make the difference on this team. The tracker takes not only the shot, he tracks it as well. He runs hard to this blistering heat. The others back him, support me, and the results speak for themselves. Give them a hand, ladies and gentlemen. That's the raw, whether you like it or not, that's the raw and brutal reality of survival and success over time on this wonderful continent. Look at it. There was never another way. What matters, and all that matters, is when you and your team walk back into camp and deliver the goods. When we come home and slam some profits down on that table, or we can say, here are the results of a day's job done well by us together as a team. That's what matters. And to prove it to you, I want you to picture this scenario now in your mind's eye with no meat on the spears. Get that meat out of there. And tell me if you honestly think that since the beginning, there would have been one smiling face on any returning team. And incidentally, with any respect to any vegetarians here today, this photograph just proves to me, this is personal now, that we as a species, we didn't hack and claw our way through our time in a desperate, focused attempt to reach the very top of the entire food chain on this whole planet, to, after this incredible struggle over time, end up eating plants. But that's irrelevant. That's got nothing to do with this specific talk here. The beauty of this is that everybody benefits. And ladies and gentlemen, it's on that note, after a successful hunt, that I end. What we've seen here, we realize, but we've actually just gone back to basics. And we looked at some of these basics. We started with a baobab tree where we saw the power of developing partnerships, alliances, meaningful relationships, friendships, contacts, building them, holding them, developing an eye to recognize and seize opportunities. Your customer base, not enough you can do for your customers. That's what keeps you alive. Adapting to change is not an option. Working together in teams, strategy, equipment, time management, communication. I'm not going to go through all this stuff again. You know why? I'm not going to repeat it because you know it all. What have I said here this afternoon about life, personal achievement, or success in the business that you yourself did not already know? Nothing. Think about this. Here we sit, 2022, relating completely to a primitive world thousands of years ago. Why? Remember when I started, I said, nothing has actually changed. And if you saw today what using the basics actually has meant to us, not only through our time to get us here, but if we continue with it, there is no other way. There is no other option. Use them, and I guarantee you that you will always hold a very much greater success in the palms of your hands. Because then you're starting to use and release your inner, your instinctive survival strengths. These things have worked for us forever and will never stop doing that. So good luck to you, and I bid you haste and good farewells on your journey future. Thank you very much.
Dankie julle. Baie dankie vir 'n lekker kongres. Veilig terugry almal en ons hoop om sien julle volgende jaar weer.